Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are connecting from today. I am very excited to deliver this second day of this Inclusion and Belonging Global Conference. And before we kick our agenda off, I just wanted to send our deepest sympathies and strength and healing vibes and energy to all the people that are suffering right now in Turkey and Syria after the recent earthquake. To all of you who are part of our community in either Syria or Turkey, please know that we are here for you if there's any way that we can do something for you, anything for you, please let us know. If you are an employer, or if you have family in Turkey or Syria affected or not by the earthquake, please let them know that you are there for you. Be kind, be compassionate. Talking about inclusion and belonging, kindness and compassion are fundamental pillars of inclusion and belonging. So make sure that they know that you are there for them. It is a horrifying situation, and we are soon going to be sharing on our LinkedIn page some of the different groups that you can donate money to if you want to help in other ways, if it's of your possibility to do that. So just wanted to say that at the beginning. And now getting back into our agenda, today we have a packed agenda of different sessions to discuss about inclusion and belonging. We are going to have 4 amazing panels. Yesterday we had 4. Today we have 4. Tomorrow we're going to have 4 more panels. And then we're wrapping up on Thursday with the last 2 sessions of the event. If you missed any of the sessions that we had yesterday, or if you have to miss any of the sessions that we will have today or the rest of the week, please know that we are recording everything. So please do not worry. All of it will be available to you by next week in the Hacking HR Labs, in case you need to step out or something. I know that 14 hours of content, through 4 days is a lot to ask for anybody to just be there. So know that all of these sessions are being recorded, and we will share them by next week. So I am excited about today for all the content that we have and all the sessions that we're going to have, but to be kicking off also this conversation with Dr. David Rock, the CEO and co-founder of the Neuro Leadership Institute. And we're going to be talking about the science, the neuroscience, not just the science, but the neuroscience of inclusion and belonging for the next 20 plus minutes with David. So David, I'm bringing you to a screen, to the stage. How's it going? How are you?
Doing well. Good morning, Enrico. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here with you and everyone else.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to have you here with us, and very excited about the conversation of the science and the neuroscience of inclusion and belonging. And I want to begin. Well, first of all, if you can tell us a little bit about yourself, and then I'm going to start with a question. Let's just, for our audience to know more about you, please share more about who you are, what you do, and anything else that you want to tell the audience.
No one likes talking about themselves, it turns out, even me. But I'll give you a quick snapshot. I'm originally Australian. That's my accent. Actually, I've just come back from a few weeks in Australia, so I'm probably sounding even more Australian. Been based in New York and the East Coast for a dozen years. And I head up an institute that's very unusual. We are a team of cognitive scientists, neuroscientists, and social scientists who look at the biological foundations of people challenges in organizations. So if you're in HR or talent, or any aspect of people management, even just a manager, you have a whole pile of challenges that seem, insurmountable. We take those challenges and we say, what can we understand from how human biology really works, in particular the brain, not by studying an individual person or even doing a raft of studies. It's actually looking at all the different studies coming out of hundreds and hundreds of labs to try to find a signal in the noise and see, is there something that we're kind of missing in the way people work that could be applied to the way organizations are run? And honestly, probably 80% of the time we do research, we don't find anything particularly helpful. But now and then we find something, kind of important. And once in a while, maybe every few years, we find something super important. Mm-hmm. And that becomes a whole different approach to whether it's learning or change or inclusion or a number of things. And so that's what we do. We're about 25 years old, big North American presence. We're working with 2/3 of the Fortune 100 have been clients now, or are currently clients, 2/3. So impacting millions of people a year with our strategies and change solutions, and continue to push the envelope on research, particularly in the DEI space, but also in culture and change and leadership more broadly.
Well, very exciting stuff that you're working on, David. And I want to ask you, you just said that you do a lot of research, and sometimes you don't find anything. Sometimes you find things that are important. Sometimes you find things that are super important. What's something super important that you have found recently in the context of psychological safety, inclusion, belonging, diversity? Something that you were shocked when, or confirmed something that you knew before when you looked at the research?
Yeah, I mean, we've been studying things relating to the DEI space for about 8 years now. So, we've had a lot of deep discoveries. Probably I'll tell you some of the bigger ones, and I'll get just to a more recent one that's maybe not as big but important. One of the biggest ones was, the whole approach to addressing bias that companies were using was just wrong. It didn't work, and maybe made things worse. And we developed a completely different approach to addressing bias that really follows the science. We also found that a lot of the strategies around inclusion accidentally create exclusion. Like a lot of the strategies around inclusion kind of highlight particular audiences and kind of create more of a focus on difference, ironically. Now that's a complex statement because, we want to celebrate individuality, but at the same time, we want to create more inclusion and kind of bring people together. But from a brain perspective, we're so quick to categorize people as in-group or out-group, and the out-group is the default. So we really got to kind of overcompensate on the in-group activities and really, really work on creating these in-groups between, really different people. And that's something that became, really profound. On psych safety, this is an area we've really been involved in for 20 years because the basis of our work has been how do you make organizations better, not so much through structure and, pay and systems, but more how do you make things better through the way humans interact with each other, particularly through conversations. And one of the things that stood out right from the beginning is just how much stress there is in any kind of even slightly difficult conversation, how stressful it is to address performance, obviously, but also just difference. It's really stressful to have a conversation about anything personal in the workplace. And so we saw that a big function of successful interactions and a conversation is an interaction, but sending a message, by email is also an interaction. Crafting a strategy as a leader is also an interaction. So the foundation of any interaction was correlating to how much you could reduce the inherent stress or threat response people feel. And so we've been studying that for a long time. And the essence of that is how do you create safety for people in the interactions you're having with them? More recently, we saw organizations saying really explicitly, we want to really work on psychological safety in our teams. And it means many things. From a pure academic perspective, and the way that researchers are studying it, it's an emergent phenomena of teams. It's like the climate that happens around a team. And psychological safety is people feeling like they can speak up and speaking up and feeling like they can bring their whole self to work and participating fully. And so it's almost like a combination of inclusion and belonging and speaking up and a number of things. But it's a team phenomena. The research that we've been following on this is really solid for a long time. And it's basically that you don't really get the benefits of diversity if you don't have psychological safety. You actually have to have that, or the benefits are neutral or even negative potentially. So it is a really important thing. There's two really poignant things came out of the research on psych safety. And I'll just say we've partnered with Amy Edmondson, who's one of the world's leaders in this space. And we're actually building around her research because we found it so solid. But there's two really meaningful things, and then I'll give you a moment to put a word in. But the first one I think is really important is that people are naturally on edge when they're with others. Like that's the inherent thing. And particularly with your boss, right? When you spend time with your boss, you tend to naturally be on edge. You're experiencing a threat response. It's the same with anyone kind of with more power than you, right? More power or status. If you walk down the street and run into a movie star, you can't use normal words, right? You freeze, right? So people with higher status than us make us kind of create this threat response to varying degrees, depending how far up. And, leaders don't necessarily notice people feeling anxious because people are very good at hiding, discomfort. They don't want to seem, incapable. So a leader often thinks people are doing great when actually they're experiencing a lot of discomfort and really not sharing, not speaking up. And so the first big insight about psych safety was you've got to work really, really hard as a leader on this, even though it might feel like people feel really safe, right? And, I took this on particularly because, I feel like I create a safe environment. I, really work on this a lot. I ask for feedback from my team constantly. But I realized there was more I could do. There's a lot more I could do to create real safety. And it was really surprising how much kind of this was hidden from me as a leader. And also because, as leaders, we're overly optimistic. It's sort of adaptive in a way. And we tend to stay above the details. Again, it's an adaptive thing if you're dealing with complexity, to stay above the details and be optimistic and not to get too attached to people, but think of people conceptually. Like those three mechanisms are actually helpful and adaptive when dealing with complexity and change, but maladaptive when dealing with humans with feelings.
David, let me just ask you one quick question. In your as you're developing this idea, you said before that the leader has to be doing the work to allow people to be less fearful about them. Is there any work that people have to do also in themselves, or in order to feel more comfortable with those that are in higher positions of power?
Yeah, it's interesting that you asked that, because that's the work we first did entering this space, and we, in response to a lot of demand, we essentially worked on the habits people need to be able to speak up more. And we realized that there's this whole continuum of kind of difficulty around actually speaking up, right? And most organizations, when they say, look, let's get people speaking up, they start with the hardest thing of, let's get everyone calling out bad behaviors and, bias and bullying and all this stuff. But that's a very challenging thing to do. But actually, it's really challenging for most people just to share their ideas, right? To stand up in a meeting and say, hey, this is what I think. And it's even more challenging to take on someone else's ideas and say, hey, look, this is not okay. Your idea is wrong. So we sort of start with a really hard thing, but our big insight was start with just getting people to share ideas, get people to challenge others' ideas safely, and then get them to challenge behaviors. And so sort of start with the easy thing, build the skills up. And so there are these skill sets for individuals to take on and literally habits to practice.
Yeah.
And we rolled this out across a number of big banks. This actually went across Boeing, across 140,000 people, some incredible results there.
Wow.
So that's kind of one half of psych safety. And then the other half is what can the people managers do to kind of create the conditions? And that was one insight. They do need to be really, really intentional about that. And then the other insight about psych safety was just how incredibly central it is in getting the benefits of diversity and equity, inclusion, and belonging, if you want to add that. It's really, really central to getting the benefits from that. So those are the two things that we've seen recently.
No, that's fantastic. And David, let me ask you this. I want to change gears a little bit, all related, of course. What happens in people from a scientific point of view? What happens in people and how that returns to the organization when they feel included and that they belong? What happens in them physically, mentally, emotionally, from a science point of view, and how that reverts back to the organization?
Yeah, it's really central. I don't know if you've ever had this experience. You have a friend invite you to a party, and you've sort of got a picture. You sort of feel like you might know a few people. It's maybe a friend of a friend. You get to the party, your friend's not there yet, and you realize you have no one, right? Well, I mean, what's your heart rate at that moment, right? It's thumping. You don't know anyone, right? It's completely illogical because you're at a place that you've been invited. It's friendly people, maybe your age, your kind of people you should know, but you haven't physically met anyone, right? You haven't been introduced into the group. And for some people, it's overwhelming. They'll never, ever do that, right? And for some people, it's like, so there's difference, but for everyone, it's stressful, just a different degree, right? And then your friend arrives, introduces you to a couple of people, and you feel yourself like relax, right? Your whole stress response goes down. And for some people that will be from a level of almost abject panic, hiding in the bathroom, right? And for other people just be like uncomfortable. But what's happening there is that we're feeling in the out group. We feel with a group of strangers that we don't know, and this out group feeling in the brain, this feeling of being different, activates a real threat response. It feels dangerous. It raises our heart rate. It makes us pay less attention to subtle signals. It activates all sorts of processes in the brain in particular that make us just more acutely aware of dangers and much less aware of opportunities. We do the mental equivalent of hiding in the bathroom. in a meeting, and sometimes physically. So this out-group phenomena is the active ingredient in exclusion, in lack of psychological safety, and feeling like you can't speak up and feeling like you don't belong. It's really all the same mechanism, is that you don't feel part of the group, right? You don't feel safely connected with other people. So it's a very real biological phenomena at the basis of it. Now, as I said, everyone has different degrees of it, but everyone has it. And if, on the flip side, when you create inclusion and belonging, what happens is people literally relax a bit, right? And they now notice subtle signals. They're far more creative. They're far more collaborative. And this is the other insight actually that's important though. Now that I've said that, the research on psych safety, and this was another surprise that was really important, is psych safety doesn't mean that you're actually super relaxed and maybe even a little tipsy like at the party, right? It's not. You can tell I'm just back from Australia. It's not that. You're actually slightly anxious, but only slightly. And you're not anxious socially, like you're out of the in-group. Like, people have your back. You have a voice, but maybe you're anxious about the project. So psychological safety isn't everyone feeling wonderful and happy and calm, right? In fact, we wrote a paper on this. Diverse teams are less comfortable. That's why they perform better. A little bit of discomfort actually is necessary for peak performance in diverse teams. And if everyone's just, chill and not really concerned about anything, you don't get the benefits of diversity, it turns out. So psychological safety isn't everyone feels wonderful. It's actually everyone's a little bit challenged, but they also feel like others have their back, and they trust each other, and they argue, but they argue in a friendly, helpful way. That was
in a respectful way.
There's a very real biological basis to this, and the best way to understand it is that party metaphor.
Oh, that is fantastic, and I love you said that, David, because we have so many misconceptions about the meaning of inclusion and psychological safety and belonging, and it's not just a culture of being nice to each other. It's also a culture where you can challenge people to be more creative. You may be a contrarian to the team or in the team who voices or speaks up, and that challenges the team. So I'm glad that you brought that up. Now, let me ask you this, David. Our audience, mainly HR, very often have this role of facilitating the building of psychological safety, inclusion, belonging in an organization. When they themselves feel all the fear and the anxiety that you talked about, so what's your message to them? How can they balance they themselves feeling that fear with they themselves being tasked with having to build, psychological safety and belonging and inclusion for the rest of the organization?
Yeah, no, it's really challenging. And I want to just kind of take an aside that's sort of poignant to this time, that psychological safety does not mean that you feel like you've got a job for life, right? So it's true, there's some uncertainty in the workforce. If you're in the technology space, for example, right now, there's a lot of uncertainty for those folks. There was a big bubble in the pandemic that they're now kind of dealing with. So psych safety doesn't mean, you feel safe, you feel perfect job security. And I saw some posts from people in, some tech firms about this kind of thing. So, HR folks are privy to a lot of information about, layoffs and trends, and they may not feel safe on in terms of their job. So it's a nuanced topic, right? And they also see all the conflict happening in organizations, and they're addressing, the bad things that some leaders have maybe done. So they sort of see the company, warts and all in a sense. And they've got to be able to have that kind of wash off their back. Really, this is why I said psych safety is like a team phenomenon. It emerges at a team level. And I think it's something that you can address at a team level, and something to kind of focus on personally at a team level. Like, it's something to work on with your leader and your peers, right? And the people you manage. You can't necessarily, as an individual contributor, change the whole company. But you can change how we interact with each other. And I think that's the thing for, everyone to focus on. Let's create a sense of safety in the team that we're in. And, do our best to do that.
Yeah, we've been writing a lot about this, and one thing that we said, very aligned with what you're saying, is psychological safety in the small actions, right? Meaning, especially when you don't have that power of or influence to lead teams, it's just inviting others to respecting them, inviting others to challenge everybody's points of view, and you you can do that on a one-on-one conversation with a peer or in a meeting with your team. So I appreciate that you are bringing up that topic. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to this idea of HR being in the middle of feeling anxiety, but also having to build the thing.
Yeah, no, it's challenging. I mean, I'm long-term collaborator with many senior HR folks, and it's such an interesting challenge that they have, and a kind of delicate dance that they do as well. You're an advocate for the human, you're an advocate for the people. At the same time, there's the whole performance question, and there's such a balance between performance and people, right? Ideally, you want both. There's an interesting organization called Just Capital that assesses kind of how equitable companies are and how well they treat humans. Interesting, one of the companies at the top of that for the last few years is Microsoft, and also had some of the best performance since Satya took over in their turnaround. So they and you look at their top 100 companies, you see a lot of very high performing companies in there. So they're it's hard to state causation, but there's definitely a strong correlation in their data between just people practices and organizational performance. But you've got this balance all the time between, do I care about people or do I care about performance? At my organization, our purpose is making organizations better for humans through science, and higher performing. So we want to do both, but the first thing is making them better for humans through science, and do that through real science. And the science evolves and emerges. There's always new things we're learning, but you've got to do both. And I think for HR, they're slightly more on the people side and then performance second, and they're probably challenged a lot by the business to rejuggle that. Let's put performance first, people second. Many systems in organizations put performance first, and I think the people function is about kind of let's put the people at the heart of the conversation.
David, is it possible that helping others do something that we haven't fully mastered ourselves yet can help us do it better? Let me just translate that into psychological safety. Is it possible for an HR person that is building psychological safety in their own teams to make it better by also helping other teams build psychological safety, so like they get that extra validation, so to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the best way to learn something is to teach it. It's not just a cliche. It turns out to be absolutely true, and the reason for that is the multiple layers to why that happens. It's the quality of attention that you pay. It's how long you pay attention for. You're activating a particular kind of network in the brain when you teach people. You're activating a social memory network versus learning it on your own. And you can remember who you taught, how they were feeling, who was more important than each other. Everything. You remember all this amazing social data that automatically encodes in the brain. Like you can remember it years later without any effort. So and so all this automatic encoding information connects to the content that you're teaching because you've interacted with people and paid a lot of attention. So there's a whole neuroscience explanation why this is the case, but let's just go with, best way to learn something is teach it. And it's very, very, very powerful as a way to develop, any skill yourself.
I love it. David, we got like 1 more minute left, and I want to ask you, or a couple of minutes left, and I want to ask you another question, or one last question. As you're describing all things inclusion, belonging, psychological safety, I think for most people, most rational people, I would say, this sounds amazing. It sounds like, oh, I want more of that. But when we go to the workplace, we find that that's not true. There are some people who are actually, they don't want more of that. They are like, we don't need more inclusion. We're okay the way we are. What is that thing? Psychological safety, blah, blah, blah. How do you manage the objections to something that seems obviously from a scientific perspective to be positive for the people and the business? How do you manage those opponents to these ideas?
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, people have one of two theories about humans. It's been known for a long time, theory X and theory Y. People need to be controlled or people need to be unleashed, right? That kind of mostly unconscious theory is a little hard to dislodge. It's also kind of fixed and growth mindset. Fixed mindset is people are the way they are and I've got to weed them out and find the good folks, Growth mindset is, people have a bunch of skills and I can help them improve. And so theory X and theory Y, fixed and growth mindset, somewhat similar. It does, there's lots and lots of research showing that having a growth mindset about people is definitely beneficial. It doesn't mean you shouldn't select well, but, select well and then have a growth mindset, it seems to be the best. So, nudging people to have more of a growth mindset, to believe in folks more. There's no easy answer to that question. I will say that the number one reason that makes people change is not actually science. It's not motivation. It's not incentive. It's not storytelling. It's not a system. The number one reason people change their mindset or behavior is that they believe everyone else is doing it. And it's
Wow.
a big outlier. That
Yeah.
I know, I look at your eyes. The biggest factor of people doing things is that they think that everyone else is and they have to get on board. And so the way we design change initiatives is not sort of the top-down model. We use the everyone to everyone model. So we're going to take an idea like growth mindset or allyship or inclusion or psych safety. We're going to take that and give it to the entire organization all at once. Literally like 100,000 people in a month, all, in getting involved in something. And what we find is people get on board because of this feeling that this is critically important, that everyone's doing this. So
wow.
It's a big outlier from the research. So whatever you're doing, rather than sort of tackling individuals head on, I would say tackle the whole system at the same time, and then it creates a pull for people to come along.
Oh, that is so powerful. David, thank you so much for spending this time with me. David Rock, everybody, CEO and co-founder of the Neuro Leadership Institute. David, thank you so much for being here and sharing all of these insights with us and with the community. And I'm sure we're going to be, getting together more to continue to discuss these ideas on psychological safety, inclusion, and belonging.
Thanks so much, Enrico. Pleasure to be back. Thanks for the invitation. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You too. Thank you, David. Well, everybody, we are about to... We're 2 minutes away from our first panel of the day. I hope you enjoyed this conversation. I read some of your comments about the conference starting early today. It actually started on time. It's just that I added this session very late. So it didn't start early if you compare it to the latest agenda. But if you compare it to the original agenda, then it did start early. So I apologize for that. It's just that we had the opportunity to have this chat with David, who is a good friend of the Hacking HR community. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss the opportunity to have him with us, sharing a couple of nuggets of information with us. So we have 4 panels today, 4 hours of content. As I mentioned a lot of times yesterday and today, we are recording everything. So if you have to miss any piece of content, any panel, you have to step out, or for whatever reason you can't be here, don't worry about it. We are recording everything, and it will all be available by next week in the Hacking HR Lab. Just create your account so that you get access to all the content that we're creating in this conference and all the other events that we have. So I'm hoping that that you do that if you have to miss any session. Before welcoming our panel, I want to once again acknowledge, actually not once again, I think this is the first time that I'm doing it today. I want to acknowledge everybody who's connecting today. Thank you so much for being here in this second day of our Inclusion and Belonging Global Conference. Please let us know where you're connecting from. We would love to know, what country in the world, what city, if you will, you're connecting from. Please share with us anything else that you want to share about yourself. And one thing that I want to encourage you to do is this. Please ask your questions, share your insights, challenge the community. If you disagree with something, express your agreements and reinforce it if you agree with something, but please share all of that in the chat. In my experience doing these events, I have seen that in the panel, we can only pretty much address, I think, like 0.0001% of all the things people want to talk about because, well, there's not enough time, and that's the reality of it, right? But in the chat, there's so much stuff going on. Everybody's sharing ideas and sharing resources and insights. So please make sure to stay engaged, to be respectful above all. Of course, if you have to disagree with something, do so with kindness and compassion. We're all here to learn and to grow together. And that's the beauty of it. So please make sure that you are, using that chat as much as possible. I do read it. And sometimes I do bring some questions to the panel. I can't always do that because there's a lot of stuff going on, but I do read it. So I have it here, like on my right side in my screen. So please just keep it coming. All right. So, all right, let me just talk a little bit about the agenda and then welcome the first panel today. We are going to have 4 panels today. The first one is learning from mistakes, how DEIB or why DEIB fails and how we can fix it. Then the second panel of the day will be leadership, inclusion, and belonging, the impact that leaders have to create or in creating a culture of belonging. Then we're going to have a panel that is part of the core foundation of what we believe inclusion and belonging is, which is a driver of business value. So the third panel of the day will be business and people success, 2 sides of the same coin, how a strong culture of inclusion and belonging impacts business strategy and results. And then the last panel of the day will be overcoming the challenges, and especially in that panel, we're going to be talking about how to manage the negative perceptions and the resistance that sometimes DEIB kind of awakens in people. I mean, we can't deny that, right? So let me start welcoming our first panel. Very excited to welcome everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I think I have everybody here. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. I am so excited to see you all. I haven't seen some of you in a very long time, so I'm so happy to see your faces and hear your voices when we begin this conversation. So thank you so much for being part of it. And as I usually do, my signature way to kick off a conversation is by asking you to introduce yourselves in whatever way you want to do that, meaning, your name, where you're connecting from, what do you do, whatever else you want to share. And I want to ask you, together with your introduction, to respond to one question. And the question is, in your experience, what has been the main, perhaps the strongest reason why efforts on DEIB fail? And I don't want to start on a negative note, but I want to start on an identifying note, if we can call it that way, right? I want to make sure that we point the fingers and say, this is why, so that we can break that down and try to find some solutions to that. So, introduction, in your view, what is the strongest driver for failure in DEIB initiatives and strategies? So who wants to kick us off, and then we move clockwise from there?
I don't mind starting.
Joy.
Well, hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone this morning. My name is Joy Roscoe. Pronouns are she, her. I am coming to you all the way from Austin, Texas.
Ooh.
So it's early, but this is a great way to start your morning. I'm formerly with Daily Harvest, DEIB consultant and practitioner. I would answer the question by saying the reason why DEIB fails, or what I've seen, is that DEIB is not looked at part of the DNA of the organization, but more so as an initiative or an event. And when you have something that deals with dismantling and uprooting potential systemic barriers or oppressive measures that are modeled in society, if that's not viewed at how they're practicing their policies and their everyday culture, ultimately it's going to be a house built on sand. And it has to be really carried forward by leadership, as C-suites and executives are the ones that I believe really build the foundation of an organization, that has to be key and top of mind. And so I think I'm going to pass it on.
Love it. Thank you so much, Joy. Welcome to the panel, and excited to dig deeper into that idea of DEIB being a training, a one-time training, or a little handbook, colorful handbook, or a celebration of one day of pride, or whatever it is, but not something that is ingrained in the DNA of the organization. So I'm hoping that we can go way deeper into that. Thank you, and welcome to the panel. Rocky, we go next with you. Hi.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to join this elite panel today. We're going to learn a ton from each other and hopefully share a lot with the audience. My name is Rocky Howard. I identify as she, her, Black, Christian, Gen X wife mom. I am the Chief Equity and Impact Officer at the Mom Project. And all of our work is about creating spaces for a particular dimension of diversity, which is moms, right? And we love doing that. And I think it's hard to follow what Joy says, and I can't wait to see what the rest of the panel says. But from my personal perspective, I think one of the reasons why DEIB fails is because we don't treat it as a business imperative, and we also miss the human imperative in it. And I believe it has to be a combination of both. If you think of any other key business strategy, we wouldn't allow our organizations to fail our sales numbers. You wouldn't allow marketing to fail. You wouldn't allow product development to fail. These are key and integrated into every part of our business cycle. And with people being our number one kind of value for our organization and our number one priority, it's always interesting to me that I do believe some organizations have good intentions, but they don't connect it with impact by missing how we treat DEIB as a key business imperative.
I love that, Rocky. Thank you so much. We are going to be talking about that as well. And very recently, by the way, we have shared a lot of content on DEIB saying this is the right thing to do for the people, but not just that. It also has to be and can be and is the right thing to do for the business. And when you see it that way, you know that they co-elevate each other, better for the people, better for the business, better for the people, better for the business. And then you see in that sort of like elevating cycle in there. It's just that it's painful sometimes to see that we see it as the one initiative, especially when something awful like a racial injustice happens, particularly here in our country, in the United States. And that's when we react, instead of seeing it, as you said, something like sales or product management or marketing, right? Like core to the business. So thank you, Rocky. And I'm hoping that we talk more about that. Welcome to the panel. Sonny, we move on next to you.
Hey, hello, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, good evening. I'm here at the set of the Pixar animated film Coco, and one of my favorites. But I'm the founder of Redsy. It's a HR consultancy that I founded last year, and I work with high growth companies on talent and culture. Of course, DEIB being something that intersects all of that in very fundamental ways. Maybe my answer to the question, unfortunately, has got more questions than answers, and that's why, to the point that I think Rocky and Joy already made, like, this is such an interesting conversation. I think we're going to learn a lot from each other and just explore some interesting subjects. But I've been thinking a lot about it. I remember not too long ago when this discipline was called D&I, and then it was called DIE, and then now it's called DIEB. And I venture to expect that in the next 5 to 10 years, it might have some other letters and acronym, just because our understanding of this very young discipline is continuing to evolve. And my vote, by the way, is if we added an A for allyship, we can spell the word abide. So maybe what we need to do for DIB is just make a cooler acronym. But anyway, that's maybe beside the point. But I've been thinking about this a lot lately, Enrique. DEIB is a discipline in which theory came before practice. And let's compare it to, let's say, recruitment, which is something that every business decided they needed to do in order to find quality talent and to win that talent against other competitors. So the practice of hiring individuals came, and then the theory about the best way to do it evolved after practice. And what we usually see in most disciplines or trends is practice coming before theory. But because DEIB, and to the points that some of my panelists have already made, comes from this need to do the right thing fundamentally. There's a political and an academic element to DEIB that I don't think we have in other disciplines, not just in HR, but in the typical organization. And I think that's part of the fundamental problem when we try to attach rationalizations that we use for marketing, like metrics and efficiencies and conversions. We're trying to justify DEIB in the same way we would a function that originated from practice, whereas DIB is a little bit more theoretical. And I think because our understanding of it is still very young and there's a long way to go to really understand where this is heading. I think it's just going to take time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Sonny, for sharing that. Welcome to the panel. And I am excited about actually, breaking down these concepts into the practical perspective. And I know, it's just very interesting that yesterday we had 4 hours of content and the political element to it didn't come up, which is a little surprising, to be honest. And I don't mean political as partisan, politics, right? I mean, there are people who hold some values to be true, and for them, having a conversation about Black Lives Matter means, that's it's a political conversation. I don't want to have it, even if maybe deep within themselves they know that inclusion and diversity is the right thing or the right conversation to have. So maybe we can throw some ideas and shed some light into how to perhaps depoliticize, if that's even possible, some of these conversations and make them human as they should be before everything else. Sonny, thank you so much. Welcome to the panel. Monique, hello.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm coming to you from New York City. Actually, I'm working from home today.
Nice.
My pronouns are she and her, and I'm very excited to be a member of the panel and also have the opportunity to learn from each of the panelists this morning. When I think about the question, why does it fail? It really boils down, it's an extension a little bit of what Joy said earlier, but it really boils down to the underlying root cause or the systemic issue is not being addressed. And so it is more of an initiative or an event or check the box and one and done, as opposed to really putting processes and systems in place that are really addressing the root cause of the problem. Because when you do that, then your outcomes and the impact is sustainable, right? Yeah. And so for me, I think that's why I think organizations have a lot of good intentions and they mean well. I do think there's an opportunity for them to be more proactive than reactive. But I do think that's probably the heart of why they tend to fail, because they are not addressing what the root cause or what the root problem is. And Sonny, I will just add to what you said. One acronym, if you will, that I've seen is, for all you Star Wars fans out there, JEDI. So they bring in the justice. JEDI. So it's justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. So JEDI sounds pretty cool to me. So.
It does sound pretty cool. Thank you, Monique, for that. And I love your point about sort of tackling the root causes of what makes a workplace and our society, to be honest. But we can just act on the workplace, what makes them exclusive or not diverse, and where people feel that they don't belong. And I'm hoping that we can also perhaps talk a little bit about some of those root causes and maybe how to work them out, right? Because I know there are many societal issues in here that won't be resolved in the workplace, but maybe we can help people become more aware. I always say that the impact that we have in HR is not just to make an employee better, it's to really transform lives and to make the world better. If we do that at work, that person goes out to real life and they are better citizens, more caring, kind neighbors and loving to their families. So the impact that we have at work can truly have significant results out in, real life. So hopefully we go down in that route as also in the panel. Last but not least, Lauren, hello, good to see you.
Good to see you too, Enrique. Thank you for having me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the world. I am Lauren Rosario Maldonado, Chief Science Officer for Cultura, a group dedicated to developing cultural intelligence across the globe. This question, I don't think has one answer. I think that judging by the responses we heard here, it has many, many different answers, and it's certainly multidimensional. The one thing that really does resonate for me all the time when I, think about the subject, which, Enrique, I could geek out about this all day, every day, is it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's an uncomfortable subject. It's uncomfortable to face your own unconscious bias, right?
Yeah.
And as intentional as you can be about executing a program like this, be it at an individual or an organizational level, it's uncomfortable to look in the mirror and really face those unconscious biases that don't come to the surface on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, Lauren, that is so true. And I posted these cartoons a few weeks ago. They were cartoons reflecting the truth about bias and discrimination against women. And of course, I wrote a narrative, a caption to that post, and I brought in elements of science, and things as, I live in a city where most people don't walk, but it snows a lot. And elements such as, for example, blowing the road before the sidewalk is bias against women instead of men because men drive more than women. And just saying that creates all these discrimination comments and people saying like, oh, that's not true because in my town it is not true. And I'm like, well, it doesn't have to be true in your town for it to be true in most places. And so all these conversations do generate these, strong feelings of discomfort, because I don't think that it's necessarily because people don't think that they are true, but because they feel themselves challenged. They feel that their own truth are being challenged, and they don't want to give them up, right? They don't want to say, all right, I was wrong and I have to act in a different way. So very powerful conversations, Lauren. Thank you so much for being here. Everybody, thank you so much for being in this panel. I am very excited about our conversation today. And I'm going to begin with a question the second question, I don't think it's going to be any easier than the first one was. And I'm going to just throw it and give you a second to think about it. I'm going to put it in very simple terms. DIB often fails, and some of you said it before, because there's a very strong emotional component attached to it, and there's a political component attached to it. And some people don't want to have these conversations because they think that if they are talking about this, they are talking about politics, whether you voted for this guy or the other guy, or you're in this party or you're in that party. How do we depoliticize these conversations? How do we make them human before politics? How do we make them about the people and not about the party people are voting for or the candidate they are voting for? And I say this because I think so many workplaces are realizing now that when they want to talk about, racial injustices in America, that creates, feelings from people who say that they have never been victims of social injustice, or that people just have to follow the law and the rules and everything will be okay. And that is not true. So how do we depoliticize these conversations? I'm going to give you a second to think about this question that I know it's hard. I want to go back to the audience, acknowledge everybody who is here. Thank you so much for joining the conversation. I also want to ask you all the same question. How do you all think that we can depoliticize the conversation of diversity, particularly diversity and equity, but also inclusion and belonging and justice from politics? How can we separate those two things and focus on the human conversation rather than the political implications of it? And it does have some political implications, by the way. So question for everybody here. If you haven't told us where you're connecting from, please do that. And please know that we are recording everything in this event. All of the panels and all of it will be available to you by next week. Coming back to the panel, depoliticizing what's been so polarizing and politicized in the workplace and in society. Rocky, I think you were ready to go, and then we go with Lauren.
Yeah, I don't know that there's an easy answer to this, to be honest. Let's just be really, really real. And we could spend the next hour kind of picking this question apart by itself. I think what we need to do, or a step that we can take, is, and I can't remember who said it earlier, is to acknowledge that this is uncomfortable, and to create cultures where it's okay to have uncomfortable conversations, where voices don't get canceled because they have a different point of view. Mm-hmm. I think oftentimes if we don't agree with what someone thinks, then we like to cancel it and cut it out. we live in a society that allows us to have differing point of views. And it's not about being right or wrong, even though sometimes in our minds it's clear, but it's about facilitating a conversation that leads to a little bit more understanding of the perspective of other people. Because until we can understand the perspective of all sides, then we can't start to break down those barriers. I also think that we also have to acknowledge something that's very uncomfortable, which this isn't always about politics in my perspective. This is about privilege. We have a certain amount of privilege that we don't want to give up and let go. And when we start stepping on privilege, then the people who are privileged go, whoa, 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 whoa. No. I need to shut this down because I don't want to let my privilege go. And I think we've got to be able to acknowledge that sometimes you're not coming from a place of ignorance or politics. You're coming from a place of your privilege is being challenged and your privilege is being stepped on. And we need people to be able to think about what's in the greater good of our organizations, of our communities, of our families, and of our future. So that may sound a little Pollyanna, but that's the truth. We're not going to get any better unless we can have some of these really tough conversations, challenge privilege, which I believe is really what people are resisting. Hopefully that starts a conversation rolling.
No, absolutely. And by the way, that talks a lot about the E of the DEIB, the equity part of it, right? I mean, revising, redefining, re-engineering, throwing away processes that create, exacerbate that structure of power that doesn't really deliver value, neither for the people nor for the business. But it's hard for, like you're saying, it's hard to tell a leader, we're going to be flattening the structures in this organization. I mean, that means that they will have less people to manage or to lead, and that's giving away some of their power, which, like you said before, it's not only it's a privileged position, but it's scary for them to be in that position. So thank you, Rocky, for that. Lauren, I know you wanted to add something too.
Rocky, that was completely brilliant, because one of the things that comes to mind is exactly that, right? We need to have more courageous conversations. Let's not focus so much on the differences. We need to start leveraging those differences. And part of that is confronting the uncomfortable. I call them courageous conversations. Why? Because you have to come at this with great humility and curiosity. Right? A lot of times having simple dialogue can diffuse so much conflict. But if we don't take the time to check in with ourselves, we can't show up from that humble and curious space. So how do we depoliticize? I mean, it sounds idealistic, but the very first step is to be courageous enough to have that uncomfortable conversation. And look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, okay, this is a different perspective. How can I integrate with this perspective and invite the differences, embrace them, leverage them?
Love the idea of bringing curiosity to the table, Lauren. We recently posted something. We actually had two sort of competing posts, so to speak. One of them was on microaggressions, when people make assumptions about something, and the other one was on being on practicing curiosity with kindness and compassion, because people do tend, they want to ask questions about cultures they don't understand, about people who don't look like them, and they can do it. I think they are sometimes afraid, but they can do it if they come from a place of compassion and kindness. So very powerful to sort of decrease the anxiety that emerges when when you're in a place of discomfort. Joy, and then Monique, and then Sonny.
I want to expand upon what's already been said, and I think this more so goes to DEI practitioners or DEI liaisons that are in those spaces of courageous conversations or those uncomfortable conversations, of being able to act as a bridge of addressing those mistruths and incorrect information, right? A lot of times when we're having uncomfortable conversations, automatically in people's heads, or sometimes it can be, oh, my political party, or this is politics. And I'll use an example. I had a courageous conversation and we were talking about Black Lives Matter. And I had an individual who said, well, about her conservative upbringing, but at the time we were talking about racism and oppression, right? And so those two things are not alike, they're not parallel. But because sometimes there can be misinformation or a misview of how things are, then that creates this this pass along of misinformation, so that in those conversations, when we're talking about the human experience, we're talking about the humanizing people, it can get jumbled up. So I think that that's more so of a call out for the people in those spaces that are facilitating those conversations.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing, Joy, is maybe a little bit of focus on, we know that all of those conversations matter, but it's hard to have them all together at the same time, especially when you come with a lot of biases about what each of them means, right? And maybe if you begin with a 0.01% that you agree with the other person, and then you expand from there, rather than, like cramming them with the 99.9% that you don't agree on. Could that make it easier, you think?
I think so. I definitely think so. I think when you're focused on a specific topic or you're having a conversation, if you see that someone is coming from a perspective or they're kind of changing courses from what you're actually speaking about or the topic is, that it's helpful to, in a sense, almost coach, like, why do you feel right to point that out at this time? Like, how does that relate to what we're speaking about? Not in like a challenging way, but to start to get those muscles going of like, why in this conversation I feel like I won't want to bring that out, or how did I relate this to this when it's two separate things, so that you can further start to get to, we're talking about the human experience, and that's what we're focusing on.
Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting, Joy. Thank you so much. Monique, go next with you.
Yes, I'll just make a few points. I want to echo what Rocky said. I can't say it enough. We as a society, and also as companies and organizations, we need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Point blank. So it's okay through those courageous conversations. Yes, that's how we begin to heal, learn, develop, and grow, by getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. The other 2 points that I'll make, you were mentioning before when you were talking about privilege, and I'm glad you said this, Enrique, power. There is a power construct or power structure that's at play here. And so the individuals that are in power, yes, it's their privilege, but it's the power, and they feel threatened that they are going to lose their power, right? And so and it's a power that they have benefited from. They have been able to take advantage from it. They have advanced from it. And so why would they want to give up that power, right? And give up the things that they have become accustomed to, right? Because of their privilege and their power. And so really it's a balance. You have to be able to balance between the power, but then also showing empathy. And so the way that I like to approach it is, first and foremost, ensuring alignment and pointing back to the data. And so I find that you can remove the emotion and take the emotion out of it if you show through metrics and through data, listen, this is how it's going to benefit the organization. This is how it's going to benefit revenue. This is how we're going to grow our business, right? Increase productivity, etc. So really show based on the numbers. And I think if you start there, sometimes that removes the emotion out of it. Now, the flip of that is sometimes when you overemphasize the numbers, you also don't have the empathy or the people element, which you also need to maintain. So that's where the balance comes into play. How do you ensure alignment to the business goals and the priorities? Because at the end of the day, regardless of what you look like and what your differences are, everybody at that organization is striving towards the same thing, right? They want to increase revenues. They want to be productive. They want to have an impact, right? And so how do you balance that? So really pointing to the data and ensuring alignment with the business goals, but then also balancing that and doing it in an empathetic way, I think helps to remove the emotion from that.
Love that. Love the balance of those two components, empathy and data. That way you don't dehumanize the conversation just by focusing on the numbers. Neither you made it just subjective or anecdotal if you just focus on the on the human side, which is the right side, right? But some people don't necessarily understand that language, that human language, or at least they don't connect the dots between what that language means for the business. So the data component, powerful. Thank you, Monique. Sonny, go ahead, please.
So my lens is very different, for sure. And while I agree with everyone, I'm just going to throw out some other things just to kind of spice things up maybe a little bit. I hold all of my perspectives with a lot of humility and the likelihood that I'm probably wrong. But when I think about humanizing this topic, and also I think I could question whether or not this should be depoliticized, right? Like, actually, I think there's a lot of people in the DIEB space that would say that trying to depoliticize it is actually kind of neutering the concepts and kind of becoming like a watered down capitalism kind of version, or maybe even a device to by those in power to preserve their power, could argue. But I think about someone had mentioned unconscious bias, and we tend to evaluate our own selves through our actions and our intentions, and we tend to evaluate others on their actions, and then we fill in the blanks and we give them intentions based on what we think they are. I think a lot of times what we're doing in this space is talking a lot more about intentions. And when we talk about intentions, that's where you get into this kind of political space. When you think about someone that disagrees politically, they won't really just disagree with the thing someone said. They'll disagree with this assumed agenda underneath and around everything, right? It's a part of a other big thing, right?
Whether the agenda exists or not, right?
Whether it exists or not, right?
Yeah.
And so, I think one of those places I found this to be challenging was around a lot of the unconscious bias training that has happened over the last couple of years. I was in an organization, and I won't tell you how much money we spent on unconscious bias training. It was a great training. It did not make an impact, but it was really enjoyable. But the problem is that unconscious biases, maybe a majority of them are actually really useful in our day-to-day life. It's just the problem is that there's a segment of the biases that we have that are maladaptive, and that's what leads to a lot of the inequities that we see in organizations on a daily basis. But it's really hard to get into this space of evaluating intent and unconscious things. Whereas I think maybe humanizing it might be going in the direction of really looking at decisions and actions. And then I would also add that I think a culturally specific conversation is really effective. If you've worked with organizations with a large segment of employees in Poland or UAE or Japan, the conception of what diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging is very different. Yeah. And it brings in interesting questions of are we being culturally hegemonizing by bringing in our thoughts of what diversity should look like into another culture, And so I think, again, like taking a really cultural specific lens, it also invites us to be very curious and humble and assuming that we also don't really have the answers. Yeah, that's not really a great response because it's just things to ponder.
It's fantastic. And in fact, yesterday we briefly talked about the contextualizing diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging for multicultural organizations. Again, I've had conversations with people in countries where whether we agree or not, there are social norms about how to integrate and include women or people that have gender identities that are not the traditional gender identities. And that's hard, right? Because you're trying to bring a conversation we're having it here in the United States, and it probably makes sense for us in here, but it doesn't necessarily make sense in other cultures. And it's really hard. And I can imagine what it feels like to be in the shoes of somebody in HR working from the United States, trying to do some of this work with multicultural organizations in countries where this is not embedded in the ethos of their societies yet. So Sonny, thank you so much for that. And by the way, you talked about the political component that somebody said here in the chat, which I think is fascinating, that it is political as in we are tackling structures of power. So in that sense, it's definitely political. I was just, thinking about the partisanship of it. I want to ask you something else. When I posted this thing about the cartoons, sort of reflecting discrimination against women, one thing that I said in that post is that you don't have to be this or that when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And what I mean by that is you can be pro women, you can be pro an inclusion agenda without being anti-men. You can be pro Black Lives Matter without being against your own race if you're a white person. But we always think about these things as either this or that and not this and that. Meaning, if we build more inclusion for women, it is also more inclusion for me as a man. If I build a better workplace that, accounts and takes into consideration the nuances and the specifics of the lives and the experiences of Black people, it will also be better for me as a Latino. So how can we break that paradigm that things in DEIB have to be or are, this or that, and build it in a different way so that they become this and that? We can be pro this and pro that. And together, they make such a much more beautiful outcome than being this or that. So how can we do that? How can we, build a new paradigm, so to speak? I'll give you a second to think about this. I want to tell the audience that, see, I am reading some of your comments. Some of them are coming really fast, and I can't keep my eyes on all of them. I'm trying. Keep them coming because I see a lot of interactions among yourselves in there. So it's fascinating. I know our panel members in here also have access to your comments. I think you do, right? You can see, can you see their comments? So I know that sometimes they do rate some of your comments and bring some of those ideas to the table. Please keep that coming. Please keep the conversation fired up, not just with the panel, but among yourselves as well, all right? Coming back to the panel, how do we turn DEIB into something that we believe can be this benefit and that benefit and not this benefit, at the expense of this other thing? How can we do that? Monique, I know you are ready to go first in there.
Oh, I just, when you said that, what popped into my mind is some of the theories around negotiations, right? Mm-hmm. Why is it that it has to be a win-lose, right? Yeah. Why can't it be a win-win? In your example, it's if we do right, if we do what's best for, and we create the environment and the cultures for women, gender diversity, ethnic diversity, etc. Why is it that white men or whatever other population that is in power has to lose? Why can't it be a win-win? And that if you benefit one population or one community, we all benefit, right? Yeah. And so it made me think of the guidelines or the premise of negotiations. How do you negotiate to a win-win? Why is it that I have to come to the table and lose something, right? Yeah. Everything about the diversity work is creating space, but also, we talk about a seat at the table. Why is it that implies that someone's missing from the table? We just need to move over and make space and add a chair to the table, right? Or you've got a pie, just cut the slices smaller so that everybody gets some, right?
Yeah. So. And actually, talking about negotiation, you also find, all the theories discussing about not just win-win, but expanding the pie, making it bigger for everybody, which I think at the end of the day is what DEIB does. Even it's the paradox here, the irony here is that it makes the pie bigger even for those who don't want to do anything about DEIB. Even their own voices, gets heard, and they can speak up without fear, and they are heard, even if they didn't want to do anything about it in the first place. So I think it's, expanding that pie. I love that analogy, Monique. Thank you, Lauren, and then we go with Rocky.
I think that, Monique was spot on this. I would also go as far as to add that this, DEI works on a continuum. Mm-hmm. It's not a one and done like we've heard before, right? And so to remain inclusive in that way, you have to continuously check in to assess whether there is a disparate impact on a group that you did not intend to. Mm-hmm. So continuously monitoring for that is important, right? Checking in with your unconscious bias is important. Integrating it with the business strategy and applying different metrics that pull the right levers for the organization are important. But checking in often and pivoting as often as you need to is also equally as important, because diversity in and of itself is diverse, right? So it's not static. It's going to continue evolving. DEI will probably expand to 10 letters eventually, because we as a society, as humans, we evolve. And so in addition to evolving, we need to check into those trends often and pivot as we need to.
Absolutely. And by the way, talking about the letters, I have been called out so many times for not including the A of accessibility whenever I talk about DEIB, right? And we've been doing a lot of that, by the way, on our post, discussing more about the meaning of accessibility together with diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, because it's all part of the same family of changes to make the workplace more human. Lauren, go ahead, please. Yeah.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, because another letter that I don't hear spoken about often enough is neurodiversity.
Mm-hmm.
It's, it's often undiscussed, undisclosed, and unseen, yet just as impactful.
Yeah, this goes back to something that Sonny said at the beginning, which is, we're learning sort of on the go here. And we know that, it was diversity first, but we know, okay, that's not enough, right? So maybe a little bit of inclusion. Okay, that's not enough. Maybe, we need more equity and now more belonging. Okay, but how about justice and accessibility and neurodiversity? So all of this, it's part of the journey. And I hope that everybody here gives themselves some grace in knowing that we don't have to have it all figured out from the beginning, because we are learning. We are in a journey of learning. And even these letters have been included over time. They were not like that at the very beginning. So thank you for bringing that to the table, Lauren. Rocky, I think you wanted to go next.
So first of all, I am all about what Monique said. Can we not expand the pieces of the pie? There is enough pie for all of us to eat, right?
Yes.
And all we need to do is to make the space at the table. And I do think it is about this concept of expanding how we see people, expanding the seats at the table, and expansion. And so I always think it's very interesting. You all will have noticed how I introduced myself at the beginning, right? And I want to bring that up for this reason. A lot of times when we're having these conversations, we haven't even gotten to the complexities of looking at multiple dimensions of diversity. We are just now starting to get uncomfortably comfortable with talking about certain dimensions of diversity. Right? But I think until we start to recognize that there's all of these particular nuances that make people complex and make the conversations different, and how we approach is, I love this. Someone just said, Nikki Joyner just said the table needs an extender. I love that. And I think our thought process needs an extender, right? So for me personally, I go, people look at me and what they see is a Black woman. And so as a diversity advocate, I think when I show up to the conversation, people think that my perspective is all going to be about being a Black woman or a woman of color or being Black, right? And that certainly is very, very important to me. I never minimize that. But I can't separate out the fact that I'm a Christian, I'm over 50, I'm a wife, I'm a mom, and all of those dimensions of my diversity form how I have conversations and what my perspective is and how it shows up. So a lot of times we make the mistake. Someone made the comment about, I don't hear about neurodiversity enough. You don't hear about social economic status enough and how that impacts first generations. Like, we can go on and on and on. And I think part of the challenge is right now we're starting to learn to have conversations. And so it's easy for us to use one dimension of diversity and try to bring that out and make space for that at the table. And then eventually what we'll be able to do is go, oh, there's a whole spectrum here of perspective that you bring. So when you show up and you have a conversation, it's not just about this one dimension of diversity or the one way you think or speak. It is the intersectionality of it all. So I see you, LinkedIn user. And that's part of the challenge that I think we're all having, because
Yeah.
we want to put people, even in this very complex conversation we're having, it's easier for us to go, okay, here's the box that people are in. So I'm going to put you in this box, and this is the challenge I'm trying to resolve for. And it's just not that simple.
Yes. Yeah, I love that so much. And I am mentally kicking my teeth right now with a mental rock by not including a panel specifically on intersectionality in this conversation. That was a mistake on my end, because it is true, like, especially from some folks who don't want to have these conversations in the workplace for whatever reason. They don't want to have these conversations in the workplace because they think, oh, Rocky's a Black woman and she's going to talk about all things for Black people. And that is just not true. Rocky is a lot of different things besides being a Black woman. And, just putting her in that box and her potential impact or the conversations she wants to have in that box makes it really hard for the rest of us to see the benefit of listening to what you have to say, because we already assume that it's going to be that small, right, in that very tiny box. So I love this idea of intersectionality. Dang it, that I didn't bring it to the to the panels. Sonny, please go ahead, and then Joey, and then we're gonna have time for one more question.
So yeah, I didn't want to go last again because my esteemed panelists are.
It's the hard one, right?
Yeah, they're a lot. They know a lot more about all of this than I do. So I'm like, I'm gonna run out of anything to say. So tension and conflicting ideals is really healthy if we're aware of them and we can manage them. I think one really interesting conflict of ideals is in belonging. When we think about creating an environment where someone feels belonging, it's really about someone feeling accepted and connected. And the challenge there is that acceptance, creating a culture where someone feels accepted, is about appreciating differences between people. It's a fundamental precondition to feeling accepted. But the problem is that making someone feel connected is about appreciating commonalities. So you're in an environment where you're trying to do two things at once, and it's okay to do both of those things at once. It's just, they're just in conflict a little bit with each other. And what happens is, if, an organization usually has got one function in the organization focusing on acceptance, like maybe a head of DEI that's thinking about like pay equity and affinity groups, allyship, hiring practices. And then they've got another function in the organization that's focused on connection, like employee engagement stuff, right? And the thing is that if the organization is doing those things, if they're not doing those things in concert with each other, it can send mixed messages. Instead of people feeling belonging, what they end up feeling instead is tolerance, or deference. And you may have been in a situation where you feel tolerated, and it's not at all the same as feeling like you belong, right?
Yeah.
But I think being more aware of this conflict between making people feel connected and accepted, and I think one of the challenges, a lot of what we talk about in DEI makes those in power, makes them feel like the sense of unity is at risk, right? Like, well, if we dismantle these things, we're not going to be together. We're just going to be talking about all the things that make us different.
Yeah.
And I think being able to find a balance between both of those things and showing individuals that we can talk about what makes us different and celebrate those things and create processes and structures where there is equity, but at the same time, we can still have unity.
Yeah.
I think that can go a long way.
Which is, ironically, one of the biggest paradoxes of inclusion, that you want to include people, but you also want to make sure that you acknowledge their individualities. And sometimes, especially when, you have ERGs and groups get together because they connect on their, similarities, but then in doing so, they are excluding who doesn't belong to that group. And it's quite a challenge. It's I know we don't have the time to talk about that one in this panel, but some other panels actually discussed a little bit about it. So Sonny, thank you so much, because I think that puts a little bit of a challenge in the to our audience to think about how to resolve, if it's even resolvable, that sort of paradox. Joy, we go with you.
Yes, I think for this, those that are most visible, that have a higher level of power and privilege, take those opportunities to do as Rocky has done and show that intersectionality. I
Yeah.
think oftentimes in an environment or an organization, we champion, we want the intersectionality, but the key component there is that I have to feel safe to show that element of my intersectionality. While as I think organizations and times people are more comfortable to say like, oh, she's Black, she's a woman, or XYZ. But when you get into the dynamics, right, when you strip away the layers that truly show the humanity and the dynamic of a person, you have to know that you're safe to do so.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where you have to look at your leadership, and you look to those, directors, senior managers, those that have visibility and have the ability to make decisions, more opportunities for them to take those macro and micro moments within their team meetings, or those one-off times with their one-on-ones with their team members, to show that it's okay to show up that way.
Yeah.
And by doing so, it then gives a green light to say, hey, when we're having those strategy meetings, when we're having those brainstorms and we're having challenges, we can take that moment to really then lean on the diversity and the dynamics of the person to come to the table.
Yeah.
We can get to the extending of the table. We can get to the, place where it doesn't have to be this or that, but it has to be safety before we can get to that place.
Yeah, and you said something before, Joy. You said, we're building the muscle to do this, and as you do it for each person, each group, each intersection, if you can, acknowledge as many intersections as possible, you're building that muscle, to make it better for the next group, for the next individual, for the next intersection. So it's just like training, right? It's just that ongoing training that you're going through. So I just can't believe that we're almost on top of the hour. I honestly don't know what happened. And I want to ask you just one last question, which you probably will have to respond very, very briefly, to fit it in the couple of minutes that we have left. But this was one of the first questions that I wanted to ask, and I didn't, but I'm going to ask it now. How do you embed, to manage the failures, to manage the possibility of failure in DIB at the workplace? We have to, all of you said before, we have to embed DIB in the DNA of the organization so that it feels that it's a business, a value, a creator, a driver of business success. How do we do that? If you have a couple of actions, like bullet points kind of things that you can share with the audience to embed DIB in the DNA of the organization to make it succeed, what would those two sort of bullet points be in your view? Monique, I think you're ready to go.
Sure. I would say first and foremost, and this is what I do every day. Look at your systems, your processes, and your programs, particularly if you're within the HR team. Look at those three things and dissect it and make sure that you're doing it through a DEI lens. That DEI is part of any system, process, or program that you have, so that there is no unintentional negative impact on a particular community. And then the second thing that I will add is that it starts with your first line managers. I believe that is the key to a lot of this work, because that is who the employees are interacting with. They are held responsible for managing people. And so it's important that they understand, how do I lead inclusively? Yeah. What does that mean from a behavior standpoint? What impact am I having on my people and my teams? So I think it's looking at your process, systems, programs, and then also looking at the behaviors of your people managers, your first line managers.
Thank you, Monique. Powerful. Thank you. Lauren, I think you're ready to go next.
Yeah, I was thinking of three things, actually. First, understand your business. Understand what key levers of the business need to be moved to push this agenda along. Embed it in the business strategy. But if you don't understand the business, your industry and the business as a whole, you wouldn't know where to embed these practices. Second is to embed it, into Monique's point, in every program, policy, system, technology, every single operational activity within the organization, so that the DEI practice is reflected in the policy. And third, equip all employees at every level. Yes, line managers are critically important, but also the leadership. embed them with activate them actually with the skills they need to carry this agenda forward. Because a lot of times the checklist has been completed, but people don't know how to carry this forward on a day-to-day basis, right? Sunny mentioned training earlier. Training doesn't happen at one time. It has to be continuous, and it has to be different levels, right?
Yeah.
You can't have someone go to training as a leader and check the box that they completed the training, but yet carry out meetings in the same manner
Yeah.
that they were doing before, right?
Yeah.
In an exclusive nature.
Yeah.
So all of this has to be integrated in order for it to be impactful.
Love it. And what I'm hearing from you, Lauren, and also from Monique, by the way, it's something that we reinforced a lot of times yesterday in the conversations, and that is DEIB, inclusion belonging specifically, is not an HR thing. It is an organizational thing that everybody has to take ownership on. So thank you for that. Joy, we go next with you, Sonny, and then Rocky, so that Sonny is not last again. Joy, go ahead.
I would say my last thoughts would be that working together, that's the key to making it a success.
Yeah.
Making sure that as you take on this program or you take on DEIB at your organization, that you keep in mind that it isn't a one-person thing. It isn't a one ERG thing or, at a associate level thing. It's going to take leadership, mid-leadership, and associate level associates to come together to really put their thought processes forward to make this a success at the company. And then in terms of an organization, don't be afraid to do something different.
Yeah.
When you're saying about expanding or you're challenging the status quo of things, you have to start at the inception of if you put a new department forward or if you put a new program forward, you already have success in mind. So put that same thought process forward to your DEIB at your organization.
Fantastic, Joy. Thank you so much. Sonny, and then Rocky, a couple of bullet points in there.
Yeah. So one thing I've been really focusing on lately is orienting towards actions. I mentioned that a couple minutes ago, and I've got this thing. I work with leaders on putting a moat around their decision making. So if they can avoid their biases coming into their decisions, and I've got a little bit of some easy steps for them. And what I started doing is I started logging the decisions that they make using this approach. And what that does is it lets you kind of capture ROI because you're able to see the decisions that were made from not thinking in a biased way, from favoring equity and inclusion. And so those decisions, now I've got a log of them, and I can see like these are the good things that happen. And it's connected to this other thing I would say real quick too is try to find ways to be the bearer of good news. It's really hard in our space to not just be coming down from the mountain constantly and saying this is what's wrong, that's what's wrong. But if there's a way to bring some good news into the mix, that can definitely help gain some traction.
Love it. Thank you, Sonny. Last but not least, Rocky, your 2 bullet points to embed DEIB in the DNA of the organization.
Well, I think you need to understand what successful embedding of DEIB in your organization means. Stop comparing it to other organizations and really look at what it means for your organization. Once you define what success means, do a current state analysis on where you are today and create your plan for filling the gap between what success looks like and where you are today.
That is simply said, and I think we miss it in more often than not. So Sonny, Monique, Lauren, Joy, Rocky, thank you so much for being part of this conversation, pointing out some of the reasons why DEIB fails and how to address those potential root causes. Thank you so much for being part of this panel. This was an amazing conversation. I'm going to let you go now as I welcome the next panel. Thank you. You all have a wonderful day. And for everybody who is still tuning in, let me just do this. We are going to be coming up to the next panel. I don't even have time to transition anymore. I think we're going to be bring them on board right now. We're going to be talking about leadership, inclusion, and belonging, sort of those 3 concepts together. And in particular, we're going to be focusing on the impact that leaders, and what I call great leaders, have in creating a culture of inclusion. And before welcoming our next panel today, there's a research that came out recently about how managers have an impact on the mental health of their employees, which is equivalent or even higher than that of their therapists or their spouses or their significant others. Imagine the power of that. Imagine how a manager, a leader, can either break somebody or lift them up. And research clearly shows all the connections that exist between mental health and all the components of inclusion and belonging. So we can easily say as well that a manager has an impact on whether inclusion and belonging are done in the right way and creating that culture so that people's mental health are cared for, or the opposite. So I am hoping that we discuss more about that in this next panel. It's going to be awesome. And before welcoming our panelists, I wanted to once again acknowledge you as the audience of this conversation. Thank you for being here. The same questions that I'm asking the panel, by the way, are questions that I'm asking you. And even though I don't always say that they are for you as attendees and participants of this conversation. So if you hear a question and you feel the urge to share a story or to share a resource or an insight or a recommendation or a question about it, please post it in the chat. There's a lot of fire going on in that chat. I am hoping to be able to go back to it and continue reading some of your comments, but please do that. If you're just joining now and you haven't told us where you're connecting from, please do that. And also, repeating what I said before, if you are missing any of the sessions that we have this week for whatever reason, don't worry. We have all we're recording everything and it will all be available to you by next week. So I'm going to be welcoming our panel, Erica, Nicole, Gina, and Tokara. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We are missing Angela, but we are going to go ahead. Hopefully she is okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I am super excited about the conversation. I know you are very passionate, not just about inclusion and belonging, but specifically in the context of this conversation, you are very passionate about the impact that leaders have on creating that culture of inclusion and belonging. So I'm going to begin the conversation in the same way I begin all of my conversations, which is I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. Please let us know whatever you want to let us know about yourself, where you're connecting from, what do you do, anything else. And I want to ask you, what is it that a great leader can do? Maybe a couple of actions that you've seen, either experiencing yourself or seen in the research, a couple of actions that leaders can do to create a culture of inclusion and belonging in their teams, not necessarily the entire organization, just at the level of their teams. So a couple of bullet points for that and your introduction, and then we're off to a great start. So who wants to kick us off here? And then we move clockwise from there. Anybody? Gina, we go with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Enrique. Glad to be here with everyone. So I'm Gina Cox. I'm an organizational psychologist, an executive coach, and a speaker, and I focus on leadership. I think the stuff that we're talking about today is all a subset of effective leadership. I'm in the great state of Florida, where we need as much help as we can get. But with regard to your particular question about what can a leader do, the research is really clear from IO Psychology. It's been well established that a manager accounts for about 70% of the experience that any employee has, your immediate manager. And then, of course, you were talking about that more recent research specific to mental health impact. But what I have learned from my research that I did in preparation for my book is that I talk about the 3 C's of what any manager can do. And first of all, I want all managers to think of themselves as designated hitters. I've kind of stolen that language from baseball because you are it. There really is no other person in the organization who has this role. But the 3 things that I recommend that you do is to think about, number one, curiosity. if you're not curious enough to understand anything about me, there's no way that you're going to be an effective manager of me. You need that curiosity in order to build connection. And so it reminds me of the time I was at a holiday party with a leader who already had let me know through his behavior that he wasn't that interested in me. And when I first walked into the room, I could see him across the room. He did not make eye contact. He averted his eyes, but he came back about 5 minutes later to ask me, do you know where I could find so-and-so? And I didn't even bother to ask him because he still had not acknowledged me. So curiosity, connection. And then I think these are the things that lead to the outcome that we all want, which is comfort, my third C. I think that's what we just all want to be comfortable in the space, in the role. Curiosity, connection can drive to that comfort.
Oh, I love that. Curiosity, connection, and comfort, the 3 C's of a leader to create this culture of inclusion and belonging. Thank you, Gina, and welcome to the panel. Let's move from there to Tokara. Hello.
Hey, good morning. So Takara Cunningham, I am the Director of People and Culture at Opportunity at Work. I actually report to Angela. She had to step away for a emergency executive meeting. But for me, I think it's important for leaders, and even as I lead my team, is I encourage each and every person to show up as them. Come as your authentic self, whatever that looks like, whatever that feels like, whatever that sounds like. It's important to me as a leader and a direct report to be able to come to work exactly as I am in the flesh. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope we talk more about authenticity in the context of this panel, specifically for leaders, right? I don't want to get too far into this conversation yet because I want to, sort of craft it in the form of a question for all of you later. So thank you, Tokara, and welcome to the panel. Erica, hello.
Hey, great to be here. I am Erica Rooney, Chief People Officer at Blue Acorn ICI. We're an e-commerce IT company. I am also a keynote speaker and executive coach for women. And to answer your question about inclusion, what I particularly do in my practice is I walk the walk. And what do I mean by that? Is that one of the big pieces of me that allows me to show up fully as my whole self is that I'm a mom, right? So for people who can see me, there's little play kitchens behind me. There's toys everywhere. I've got 2 little kids. So they are my primary concern all the time. And my entire team, my entire company and executive team knows that at 3 o'clock, I leave to go do school pickup, right? I typically work through lunch. That's not when I take a break, but I leave and I go do school pickup. And then after that, I am still working, but I am in mom mode, right? So my kid sits next to me up on this desk. He does his homework right beside me. So the meetings that I have after 3 o'clock are meetings that I can have in front of my kids. They are not the serious strategy, all in focus meetings. I schedule those at the beginning of my day because by doing this, it allows me to show up as my full self, but then it also shows the people on my team that they can do the same thing. If they need to leave work or miss a day or cut out early, come in late, whatever it is they need to do because they've got some other obligation outside of work, be that kids, dogs, other family members, friends, go handle your business, be who you are because you have a life outside of work, and then handle work when you come back. So that would be my leadership tip.
Hearing a lot of role modeling in there, right? A lot of role modeling as the leader of your team, and creating that sense of I'm doing it and I hope you do it too, because it's okay, to be the leader, to be the mom, to pick up my kids at 3 p.m., to work with them next to me. That is okay. I love
Absolutely.
that because we have the alternative to that, which has become a little entrenched in our organizations, is the fake it till you make it, which I think is so harming, to our, psyches and our mental health and whatnot. So thank you for role modeling, the good stuff, Erica, and welcome to the panel. Last but not least, Nicole, hello.
Hi, good morning. Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Nicole Riley. I'm located in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm a Chief People Officer and also have launched Elevate Executive Consulting. So doing talent and leadership consulting and coaching. I think the one thing that comes to mind for me is being humble, right? Leaders understanding what they know and what they don't know. I've always had this sort of theory that there's a line that you cross and all of a sudden there's this leadership amnesia, right? Like you forget everything that you knew before because you've crossed that threshold. And I think leaders that can come humble and want to learn and be curious, to Gina's point, is so important. And that can make or break not only how they lead, but it also can make or break the perception of them as a leader in the organization.
Yeah, I love that. And Nicole, welcome to the panel. And I'm actually going to use that last comment to connect it to my next question. And actually, the way I would love to see if we can frame this panel, I would love to like sort of break it apart in sort of two sections. One, what leaders have to do for themselves, and what leaders have to do for others. I've always believed that, well, I don't know if always, but at least in my adult life, I've believed that you can't pour from an empty cup. And if you are not caring for your own mental health, you don't feel included as a leader, you don't feel that you belong. And this happens to leaders, by the way. They don't feel that they are included in their own organizations. They don't feel that they belong to that tribe. How can you give that to others? It's just, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying that it's got to be really hard to be faking sort of, if you actually wanted to fake these kind of behaviors to help others feel included and that they belong when you don't feel that way. So for this one question is for the leaders, and then we just discuss how they can do it for others. How can they themselves, improve their own mental health, being the leader? How can they balance their own human needs with all the demands they have in their work to develop and help others grow? How can they feel that they belong to their organization, that they are included in their organization? And in responding to this question, I know that we're going to be creating also the foundations for them to build a culture for others. But I want this question to be about them as leaders. So how can they do all of this? How can they fill that cup so that they can give to others as well? I'm going to give you a second to think about this question. And you all have access to the comments in the panels. So if you want to read, in the comments from the people, if you want to read some of the things that are going on in there, there's a lot. And I'm sorry that I can't read it all. I'll try to do as much as possible to bring some of your questions to the panel, because it's a lot of great stuff that you're sharing in there. So please keep it coming. And this question applies to you, by the way, as a participant as well. How, if you are a leader, what are you doing for yourself, to feel that you are creating a culture that also impacts you, to feel more included and that you belong? So question to all the panel. How do we do that? This one for the leaders. Who wants to kick us off here? Gina, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll just quickly say that, I certainly remember the comments from Erica and Takara about modeling and about setting the example. So, many people are thrust into leadership roles, and the research from Gallup indicates that, it's almost like 80% of the time that we pick people for the job that are not the best suited for the job. So I kind of talk with leaders from the assumption that not everybody who is a leader is even meant to be a leader, even though they might be happy to have a title and the authority that goes along with that. So I always assume that leaders need to sort of be honest with themselves. You got to be honest with yourself about who you are and what you want. But even if you set that little bit aside, I think it is really important for leaders to remember that everybody else is looking at you. So you've got to model the way of letting them know that you are going to be vulnerable, that you can be honest about what you're experiencing. And for your bosses, you also have to be comfortable in letting the people who manage you understand what the real constraints are. Because your real job is to be an advocate and supporter for your team. But how on earth are you doing that if you can't yourself speak up, if you can't yourself say what you're experiencing and what's difficult and challenging for you? So I really encourage my clients to get comfortable with the idea that they have got to be able to have the difficult conversations, if necessary, with their own, leaders, to kind of create that kind of environment where they can, be themselves honestly, and where they can express what is working and what is not working. If not, they cannot do it for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and Gina, this you're making me think about an even larger question that I don't think we're going to have the time to address in this panel. And the question is, who becomes a leader in the first place, right? Because you have so many organizations where there's no place for somebody doing technical work to grow to, and they are thrown, they parachute into these leadership positions only to find themselves set up for failure because they have no idea and they don't want sometimes to be leading other people, to help other people grow. Not that they don't care about them, it's just that that's not in their nature to do that. And the tension that creates in somebody must be just unbearable sometimes. I remember, I apologize for just, saying these things and taking away of your time, but I remember this good friend of mine, very super technical, proficient person, individual contributor, the best. And he told me, dang, I was promoted to a leadership position. I don't want to do that. Now I have to give people feedback and I have to, set up trainings for them. I don't want to do any of that. And he ended up leaving the organization because he was set up for failure. He didn't want to do it. I mean, he was an awesome guy, caring for other people. He just didn't want to be a leader. So I think we have probably a lot of work to do in HR to redefine what career management, the corporate ladder looks like at work so that we avoid this from happening. So thank you, Gina, for bringing that very powerful point across. Nicole, I think you wanted to go next.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in. I think we could literally take an entire day or conference to talk about what you just brought up. I mean, I give a lot of credit to individuals who can raise their hand and say, I don't want to be a leader, right? Like, this is not for me. I really like doing what I'm doing and I'm comfortable and I want to do that and sticking with it. But you also have to have a culture in the organization where that's okay, right? And that's not the case, right? Organizations tend to want people who want to run the world, right? Yeah. Everybody should be growing. And so I think there's a lot in that case. I think for leaders, I'm going to speak to two things. One, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Right. And so from the things that have been said already, like, you have to be able to keep your own life in check, whatever that looks like for you. That looks different, right? For Erica, it's going and do school pickup, right? For others, it's different things, but you have to be able to balance that and also understand that different areas of life will draw on you at different times. And it's all temporary, right? If you're a comp leader and you were in the middle of year-end comp, you know that you have a certain time of year where that's what you're going to do, right? And things are going to take the back burner, but you also have to be able to take the balance of, if life is calling, right? If kids are calling or parents are calling or whatever else it is, you've got to draw on that too and understand that all of these things flex, right? So it's being able to create an overall balance and understanding where you are in that moment. The second thing I would say is, I'm going to do a shout out to all of us that are HR leaders here, right? Is we tend to be the worst at it, right? Because we're not only taking care of our own teams, we're tending to take care of the emotional health of our organization. And let's be honest, some leaders that tend to be pretty demanding and difficult at times, right? And so I think for us, getting taxed in a way where we're not maybe giving our full selves back into our teams can be really easy. And I think because we want to do that, we tend to exhaust ourselves even more quickly. And so I think as HR leaders, we have to make sure that we're setting our own boundaries, that we're balancing what we're doing for the organization, our own team, and for ourselves. And if you can keep your head up and your eye on that, then it can tend to work out okay. But just knowing everything flexes, right? Everything's going to demand different times, and a little bit of that is rolling with it and understanding where your priorities lie.
Yeah, and Nicole, not surprisingly, last year, this research came out saying that 98% of all HR people were burned out, and I think the other 2% was the survey error. So it's just powerful to say that we have to do all that we're talking about. We have to do it for others, but also for ourselves. And that's why whenever somebody makes fun of HR or says something about HR, I'm like, you have no idea, like, you are focused on your own job, and that's why you do your own little bubble, and we have to care for our bubble and everybody else's bubbles. And that's very hard to do. Thank you, Nicole. Erica, I think
I would love to build on that, because as HR professionals, it's important to acknowledge that HR is a lonely career at times, right? Because we are doing everything you said. We are dealing with everyone else's problems, right? For those of us who are in the C-suite and report to CEOs, they don't want to hear about the problems. They want to hear about solutions. That is how they are hardwired. So as a chief people officer, it's like, well, where do I go? Who do I talk to about my complaints, right? So it can be a very lonely career because we have to maintain these boundaries and keep a certain space. So filling our own cup, however that looks to you, is extremely critical, right? Whether that is you have a support group, of HR professionals outside of work that you can go to and gripe about the wild and crazy things that HR has to see and do, or you're an executive team member friend that is outside of the organization. You have to have those outlets. Maybe you go see a therapist, maybe you see a business coach or a career coach, but somebody who can be in your corner, because it can be a very lonely career. And I really struggled with that at one point because I am a people person. I got into HR because I love people, but the more you're in it and the higher you climb up that ladder, like the farther away you get from actually being close to people.
Yeah, absolutely, Erica. Thank you so much. We do need that outlet. And, in most, at least here in America, most organizations are less than 500 people, meaning they have one, maybe two people working in HR. And sometimes you don't even have that sounding board for your own technical work. You don't even have anybody to ask, should we do this or should we do that? Let alone, talking about emotions and talking about your own sort of mental health burden that comes up when you have to deal with all these people's challenges. So that's why I think communities like ours, but many other communities out there, help people out in finding those outlets. So I think it's so powerful what you just said. So thank you so much for that. Tokara, do you want to add anything here?
Yeah, so I think everyone really hit it directly on the head. For me, it's about balance. So I really utilize my calendar to my ability. I block off me time. I block off drop off and pick up. I'm at every doctor's appointment. I make me priority versus the other way around. I turn off my notifications when I get in the bed, right? So I really use my tools to keep work as much as possible at work and home at home because, right, I think we all probably have that experience of working late. It's 10, 11 o'clock. We're still talking and solving problems, creating solutions. And then you lost all of your me time. So for me, that is what I focus on the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about balance, actually, I want to bring that word in the context of another question. For everybody who's tuning in, we're talking about the impact of leaders in creating that culture of inclusion. And to create that culture of inclusion and belonging, that's not done through the values posted on a wall in an office or by the CEO saying, hey, we are inclusive and we want everybody to feel that they belong. Sometimes what they mistakenly call a family, which is not the case. But when you want to experience that is actually true, that's done in the small actions, right? When you have a leader that recognizes your work, that appreciates you, that cares for you, that knows that you're a unique individual and, understands what you're going through maybe. But in thinking about building inclusion through small actions, there's a tension that exists between doing that and delivering results as a team. Because sometimes leaders see this as two separate things, right? I mean, either I spend my time caring for the people or I spend my time managing their work so that we get the results that we need to get. And they are two sides of the same coin, so to speak. So what do you tell leaders in terms of these two things, caring for the people and caring for the business are part of the same story and not separate stories? That when they spend time helping somebody grow personally and professionally and caring for them, that's at the same time caring for them delivering results to the business. How do you balance, or merge, perhaps not even balance, but merge those two things? Giving you a second to think about that question, telling the audience here, same question for you, merging these ideas of, caring for the people and caring for the business is part of the same story. But I know there's a lot of comments in there. Thank you so much for that. Please keep them coming. I'm reading some of them. So it's been fantastic interactions going on in the chat. So coming back to the panel, we have the same story, the story of business gets better when people are doing well, when people get better as well. Two sides of the same coin, two parts of the same story, but for leaders, sometimes these are competing priorities and they are not. So how do we merge or balance or whatever word we want to find, to explain that they are part of the same story? Who wants to kick us off here?
I'll
Erica,
jump in.
please go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think this is such a powerful question because people see this sometimes that it has to be separate, right? But you can grow a business and your people at the same time, so long as you are being very clear with your expectations and very transparent with where the business is going.
Yeah.
Right? You can say what you mean, just don't say it mean. And we say that all the time to people leaders, but it's like, let's, talk about what our clear expectations are and translate that to our people and put that in a growth plan for them so that they can see how their growth directly contributes to the growth of the business. So often leaders keep a lot of that close to their vest, and then that leaves their team kind of wandering around aimlessly. How did I fit in this organization? What am I doing here? But the more clear we can be in setting those expectations and the goals of the business, the better aligned those two will be.
Yeah, which actually makes me think, by the way, Erica, and I don't know if this creates some additional thoughts here, but it also makes me think that if the organization cares about inclusion and belonging and the impact that leaders have on that, they will also assign some, actually an important level of accountability to those leaders and some metrics of their own success, right? Some objectives and some ways to assess whether they are accomplishing that objective of building more inclusion and belonging, right?
Absolutely. And talking to people about how do you intend to hit those goals and those metrics, right? What are you doing to go above and beyond so that we are being inclusive, so that we are creating this environment where everybody can show up to work?
Yeah.
And I think when you put that into play, it does create a much more inclusive culture where people can really show up as themselves.
Yeah, and there's one idea here, and I go next with you, Gina, that you can also address if you could, is this idea that in inclusion and belonging, things don't just happen. They have to be intentionally built, baked in, worked out, and it's not just, okay, we want to be inclusive and that's it. You have to measure, you have to, set up goals, you have to, have people that are accountable for things, for diversity, inclusion, belonging, equity to actually happen in the organization. So, Gina, I threw a lot of different questions at you, but we began with the question of combining the story of delivering business results, being part of the same story of making people's lives better at work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I certainly think that as organizations think about what it is that they want from managers, I think of this as like a circle, a pie, a pie chart. We've trained our managers to really focus on the part of it that has to do with task performance and outcomes, right? But there's also a part of the pie that has to do with managing people. So I don't know if the people management piece is 25% and then the other is 75%, if it's 50-50 or what. I think that varies depending on the day, the week, the project, the organization, and so on. But we've got to remind managers that both pieces must always be in the pie that they're thinking about when they're doing whatever they're doing. So I never talk about the two things separately. Effective leaders can handle both things. Okay, but yeah, it's fine to say that, but how do you actually do it? I think that the important thing is that managers have to remember, as I said before, they're it. There really is no other person in the organization that's who has a role that's meant to have my back as a member of this team. It's you. And therefore, this is just part of what it takes. And the easiest way to remember to do this is to think about whatever you're doing, whether you're communicating, asking questions, telling me what to do or what have you. I like to say, put it in a wrapping of respect. If I intend to really talk a lot about respect this year, because when I talk to working Americans in my surveys that I did in preparation for my book, and I said, well, what is it that you really want that you're not getting? Why are people leaving? Why are people so upset? They were saying they were just asking for these fundamental things that feel like respect. And respect is being seen, heard, and valued, right? Seen, heard, and valued, seen, heard, and valued. I say it over and over again. So if I gave a manager like a little checklist and say, think about the 50 people on your team or the 10 or the 5, does each of those people feel seen, heard, and valued in everything that you're doing? Not every moment. That doesn't mean you have to spend more time with any one person all the time, but it means that as a group, we each have to feel like, you see us, you hear us, you value us. And if you use that as your lens, it really helps you to figure out what you should do when dealing with any one individual, as well as dealing, with the entire team. This is how you make it sort of real and tangible. And then the very last thing, I don't believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion as a thing, right? I believe that diversity, equity, and inclusion as a thing that some people try to put into a box is really about effective leadership.
Yeah.
Either you're leading 100% of the people 100% of the time, or you're only leading a portion 100% of the time, and there are some that you're not leading at all, or something else. So I think I try not to separate inclusion from leadership, because it gives people an out. Right? You've got to have these two things combined, and it has to be manifested in your day-to-day actions of leading 100% of the people on your team.
Love that. Gina, we're going to go to one of the upcoming questions will be the sort of the small actions that leaders can do to create that culture of inclusion and belonging. But I love that you brought up this idea of respect, which we're going to be talking about. I also read some research, and I can't remember what it was from last year, as I was preparing some keynotes as well, discussing how or that found out that respect was the single most important driver of people feeling that they belong to work. And what's interesting here is that it's sort of a chain reaction, right? More respect, more belonging, more job satisfaction, better engagement, more productivity, higher performance. But the opposite is true. Less respect, you don't feel that you belong. Therefore, your job satisfaction, your engagement, or what sometimes leaders call that loyalty as well, will be negatively impacted, therefore decreasing your performance and your productivity. So that chain reaction is so clear to me, and I feel that so many people miss that mark. But hopefully we talk a little bit about that when we talk about the actions for leaders to build more inclusion and belonging in their organizations. Nicole, we go with you, and then Tokara.
Sure. Yeah. So I agree with everything that's said, and I think I'm going to pull a little bit of it together, right? I think, Gina, the pie concept is one that I use as well, because it's different for everybody, dependent on role, function, organization. But as you climb, right, that pie of management or leadership, that part of the pie gets bigger and bigger and bigger until it's almost the entire pie, right? I mean, that's just the way it is as you grow. But I think, to me, there's a couple of things. It's, you have to listen, right? Leaders have to listen. It's the basis of respect, right? You have to be able to listen to what your team needs. You have to set expectations so they know what you need, right? So you've got two-way listening there. And then ultimately block and tackle and get out of their way, right? Let your team do their job and be there whenever they need something, right? If you've hired the right team, you don't have to micromanage, right? I mean, this is where leaders get it wrong. And I think, from an inclusion standpoint, if you're respecting everybody on your team, if you're listening and you're delivering for them what is needed for them to be successful, then your team's going to succeed, right? And those business results are going to follow. The dynamic and culture of your own individual team is going to be greater. And as we all know, when everyone's firing on all cylinders, you go much, much further. And so to me, that's sort of the, listen and do your blocking and tackling as a leader, and let your team do what they're great at. And that will feel very respectful for the individuals, because you're leaning on them for what they are able to do.
Yeah. And you do more of what you're supposed to do as a leader, which is helping them do the work, right? I mean, supporting them and challenging them to do better, removing the obstacles. This goes back to what we talked about before very briefly, which is, some leaders just, parachute into those positions, and they want to continue doing the technical work as if they were an individual contributor, and they forget that that's not what they are supposed to be doing. I remember leaders saying, I don't have time to give feedback to my team. And I'm like, but that's your job. That's what you're supposed to be doing. What are you doing with the rest of your time? And they are like, well, I'm doing all this technical work. But that's exactly what you're not supposed to be doing anymore. I mean, you may be doing some of that, but the core of your work now as a leader is having your team do that technical work. It's just so hard to ingrain, especially if you came to that leadership position, for the wrong reasons, or if you didn't want to do that. Eric, I think there's
I wanted to jump in because I love that, because people have such a hard time giving up control, right? They think that the excellent work that they did that got them here is what they need to keep doing. But we have to remember, what got you here won't get you there, right? So working with those leaders to pull them out of the weeds can sometimes be the hardest job as an HR leader. But to piggyback off what Nicole was saying, it is so important to meet people where they're at. And I preach this all the time when I'm working with my executives, when I'm doing my own business, is not everybody is where you are, right? And if you really just try to see the issue, the topic, whatever it is through their lens and think about why they may be reacting a certain way, you will get so much farther, right? Those cylinders that Nicole was talking about will actually allow you to fire because you're looking at it through how they are seeing. Yeah. So treat all of your thoughts as a hypothesis to be tested, right? Yeah. And that is the biggest piece of advice that I give my people is, you know, just because you think it's true doesn't mean it's true. So like, let's test this hypothesis because it's okay to be wrong or to have, a slightly different idea, but like, let's test it out.
Yeah, absolutely, Erica. Thank you. And Tokara, please apologize me. I interrupted you, before in the order of the panel. So please go ahead.
Yep, no problem. I am actually loving this conversation for me and the culture of my team and the way that we all work. Is I have this saying, and I'm sure everyone on my team is tired of me saying it, but we let leaders lead and we let the experts expert. Right. So that means if I hired you to recruit, guess what I'm not going to be doing? And that's recruiting. Right. So the expectation is that I'm allowing you to do the job that we pay you to do. And you come to me if you need me. Right. If we need to collaborate or think of something that is a bit more strategic, that is what I'm here for. And that is how I support my team. You run the race. And if you need me midpoint, I got you. I'm here with the water bottle. Let's come up with a new plan. But you go and run and make it happen. So just my 2 cents in there.
Yeah, awesome. No, fantastic. Thank you, Tokara, for that. And I want to switch gears a little bit for the next the last 20 minutes of the panel. And I want to sort of shift the focus from talking about the leader to talking about what they do to build a culture of inclusion and belonging. And I want to go back to this idea of the small actions, the everyday actions in which they actually bring to life this idea of the organization being included, being inclusive, where people feel that they belong, safe, and whatnot. So how do they do it? What are the actions that the leaders need to do on an everyday basis to build that culture of inclusion and belonging? And I would love for you to get a little bit more tactical in this question. For example, Nicole, I know you talked about listening, and maybe we dig deeper into that, saying, all right, this is how you could do it, right? You set up a meeting with a person and you make sure that they're in the right place to have the conversation. You prepare a list of questions. Maybe you give them the questions in advance, whatever it is. So get tactical here, because I would love for the participants in this conversation to, number one, if they are leaders themselves, to know how they can get to the nitty-gritty of it. But if they are not, how and if they are supporting leaders, what areas they can focus on to help those leaders develop some skills to get, once again, to the nitty-gritty of building a culture of inclusion and belonging. So the small actions that leaders can do to build that kind of culture. So who wants to get us going here in this new round? Nicole, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get us started.
I think I called you out, so I'm sorry. But
no worries.
The listening word was like in there.
Well, and I think along with listening, and it's crazy that we have to say this as a concept or an action, right? But is understanding that everyone on your team is an individual. And I like to sort of liken this to, for those of you who parent, right? You cannot parent all of your kids the same way. They're different individuals from a very, very young age, right? And some parents learn that, and some of parents learn the hard way, right? And I think leaders are the same. You have to understand the individual drivers and needs and style that folks need. What's their communication style, right? How are they going to hear you best? How are they interacting with the other members on their team, right? So understanding that everybody, every single day, is coming from a different place with different things, and being able to really get down to sort of at that individual level, how you can, again, go back to being most helpful. And I think if you understand your team as individuals at that level, and you open up about yourself in that way, it just totally changes the dynamic of how you're interacting with your team and they're interacting with you. It takes down that wall, right? And I think the pandemic allowed that to happen a little bit for a lot of people, right? There was all of a sudden this humbleness and this like, oh, they're just people, right? And here they are, they're cats walking across the street and whatever. And I always say, like, that's the thing I hope that we keep post-pandemic, right? Because I think it was one of the most beneficial things. Everybody was going through the same thing. And I think if you take those interactions with your team and really understand what everybody needs at a given time, it just takes you so much further, right? Like you can't manage everybody the same way. Everybody has different needs. Everybody responds to different things. Your job as a leader is to get to know them as an individual, specifically in the professional context, and know what it is they need. And then again, help them block and tackle and get out of their way. Let the experts expert, right?
And Nicole, I heard a couple of things from your comment. One of them is in between the lines, vulnerability in those conversations. But also it makes me think that when you are treating each person with their own individualities, and they are vulnerable with you and you're vulnerable with them, you also build a very specific kind of connection with each of them, which is different with each member of your team, right? There's a level of emotional connection or intellectual connection with each of them, and I think that is so powerful for the leader, because maybe you can have an outlet as a leader when somebody is even more a better listener than you are, and then you end up having a little bit of a therapy session with somebody that you're helping to grow, but they're helping you to grow as well, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you, Nicole. Erica, I think you wanted to go next.
Yeah, I think that countering the traditional ways of corporating. And what do I mean by that? By like, let's challenge the way we've always done things, right? And I think COVID did shift this up a little bit. But pre-COVID, we'd always get together and have drinks after work, right? Like that's how we bonded, that's how we chatted. But there's several problems with that. Number one, anyone who's got kids at home or a second job or other responsibilities, maybe they're caring for an aging parent, it is a burden to then do anything after hours, right? They have a life, they have other responsibilities. Secondly, you're saying, let's go have drinks. What about the 49% of workers that are struggling with alcohol, So now we've just exposed half of our workforce to a problem that they already have a problem with. So it's rethinking how we've always done things, because those people who have the commitments after work or don't want to be around alcohol now can't go to this event, or it really impacts them if they do. Okay. So then if they don't go, now they're not in the room where sometimes those meetings after the meetings conversations occur, but it just feeds into this old system of like, the good old boys, let's meet after work for a beer and do all these things. It doesn't fit into today's inclusive work environment anymore. So we really need to make sure that, yes, that may have a great intention. You may be intending to get everybody together and hang out, but the impact that it has after could be extremely detrimental. So a tangible thing would be, if you really want to have some sort of bonding experience, play Scrabble during work hour. I don't know, but like you do something that everybody can do together, right?
Fun is still important.
Fun is still important, right? And if it's not Scrabble, maybe it's some sort of a potluck where everybody's dietary needs are met, whatever it is, right? But creating some aspect of fun that can include anybody without, unintentionally excluding people.
Yeah, which, by the way, is making me think about the implications of how we do things. The fact that we're used to doing things that we were used to doing things before the pandemic in ways that were not effective at all, but that's the way it was, right? And then we try to push that down into working in a remote environment, and that doesn't, it doesn't work out. For example, we know, and there's research that shows this, that when you see somebody more often in the office, you think that they are, doing more than the person, working harder than the person that is not there, which creates a fantastically gigantic challenge when you're working in a remote environment, when you don't see people working and they are working. So even in those small actions, I remember, very early on in the pandemic, people saying, what happens if a leader doesn't see somebody, then the person that is actually coming to the office may be the one who gets promoted into something, right? Because you think, mistakenly, by the way, that the person is working harder than the one that is not there. So in those small actions, I think just by creating awareness of things that don't work and things that could work, I think that would be probably a step in the right direction. So go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Erica.
I think it's important to call out too that, we talk about people getting promoted because they're in the office, right? And that happens because if you're in the office and Bob's in the office and you're forming a strong trust relationship, absolutely, when the promotion comes up, Bob, you see Bob, you trust Bob, Bob's getting it, right? So you as a leader have to create other opportunities for somebody who is remote, right? For somebody who isn't in the office. So you have to acknowledge the fact that, okay, I see Bob every day, so I have this connection with him. How can I form that same kind of connection with somebody else?
Yeah. And remove the bias that I'm generating in myself when I think that Bob is the one working because I see him every day and not whoever else is not working in the office. So I think this awareness, I love this idea of awareness, by the way, in creating that culture of inclusion and belonging, because you may be doing things that are actually the very opposite to that. So thank you, Erica. Gina, we go with you and then Tokara.
So the research that the folks at Work Human published throughout the pandemic made it really, really clear that the number one behavior that any manager could exhibit that would have the most direct relationship with engagement was whether or not they checked in. And of course, this was primarily in the environment where we had gone from working face-to-face to working remotely, but this applies in any situation. Checking in is just like that curiosity thing and very similar to the ideas that Nicole has also been mentioning. So it's really fundamental that managers start with this idea that there's something I need to have an exchange between me and this one human, and then the next human, right? Yeah. And the checking in was so powerful that regardless of anything else that happened, this was the thing that made the difference, because checking in, meaning, how are you doing? Is there anything that you need from me? Made me believe that this person, first of all, knew that I existed, wanted to know what I needed, and it gave me space to tell the story. So checking in for that. But then the other piece of the check-in, I think, is that throughout my professional career, the thing that has most frustrated me about managers has been when there's something I don't understand about what's going on in the organization and they don't talk about it. There's always like this elephant in the room thing. And so the one thing I encourage managers about checking in is that lets me know you care. And let's go with that and let's see where it leads. It leads to a lot of good things, including inclusion. But the other thing is, when you check in, don't just have a check-in where you and I both know there's something that ought to be talked about and it's not being discussed, because what that does is lower trust. It has a negative impact. And so having a practice of communicating, being curious to be connected, is also then to have a practice of saying, let's make sure that both of us, when we end this interaction, feel like we both got something out of it. I asked you questions. I didn't tell you anything. I asked you questions so that you could tell me what you needed. And then I tried to give those things to you, or let you know when that I would try to give those things to you. And then I also try to give you some information, or at least let you know that you're not crazy if there's some things you don't understand. And part of my job is to help you answer the big whys.
Yeah. Gina, how do you feel about this too? Like very, very related to this conversation of check-ins, is this idea that checking in with the people that work with you is not just checking in with them as in their condition as employees, but in their condition as humans as well, right? Meaning, what is affecting them. You don't have to know about their personal lives, but you may want to sort of help out or find out things that may be happening outside of work that are impacting their work. So how do you feel about embedding that in those check-ins conversations?
I absolutely agree. In fact, the biggest disappointment I ever had with any one manager was when I went to work for a company, and on Mother's Day, I discovered that the manager had sent flowers to the mothers in the organization. I don't know how the manager had figured this out, but I didn't get flowers. I happened to be a parent, a mother of an amazing young woman. And what I realized was that he was guilty of what Erica mentioned earlier, which is assuming things about me. He had not taken any time to get to know me. Now, had he taken time to get to know me, he would know I was a mother, and over and above, he would know that everything I've ever done in my entire life has been dictated by the fact that I am a mother. So it isn't just what managers do, it's what they miss, what they don't do. And why they miss this information is because they don't see that whole picture. During the pandemic, someone called me up and to give me information about, doing some research about the COVID testing. And the person on the other end of the line, we had a 15-minute conversation. And what I this stranger, and what I realized from this person was that she wasn't getting something in her work. And so even though she was calling me just to schedule a test or something like that, what she really wanted was someone to make a human connection. And I became it. I was happy to do it for her, but it was an epiphany. So I say to managers, do you know what your employee is experiencing? And are you making space so that they can at least share what they want to share? And it's an iterative process. You get closer and better over time.
Oh, that is fantastic, Gina. And had your manager known more about your life, you would have felt more included, right? And that you belonged because they cared about you and they knew more about you. Which again goes to show the impact of the small things. Having that conversation, saying, "Oh, I didn't know you had a daughter. Fantastic. Blah blah blah." And then, okay, here are the flowers, right? And even that small action could make a whole world of a difference. For you as an employee, but as a human first. Gina, thank you for that. Tokara, I promise that in the next question, which will be the last one, you will not go last.
It's the fun. So I want to take a step back on this question before I answer it directly. And I think that one piece that you don't hear a lot about is the cultural competency around organizations and lack thereof. So I'll start off with that. So to answer the question, one thing that we always practice is we do an exercise called the way I like to work, right? And everyone comes and they shares the way they like to work because it's different, right? We all speak differently. We all learn differently. We all receive things differently. For an example, you can't send me a text and it's all capital letters because I'm like, why are you screaming? What's the problem, right? But if we don't have those conversations, you don't know that that's a trigger for me or that bothers me, right? So meeting people where they are, learning who they are, and learning how to work with them as they are. And that all turns into a pretty little cultural ball for me because it's different for each person on my team. And as a leader, I spend a lot of time focusing on how I meet them exactly where they are in that cultural ball.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, we have to tell this to my mom, who I don't think she knows that there are fonts that are not capital letters, that they can be small letters. So she's always, it seems like she's always yelling in the text messages. Nicole, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to add something to what Takara just said. And I think it is, again, going back to a specific action. There's two things that I always do with my teams. One is build the team norms, right? Everyone come together, lay it out on the line, and walk away with the team norms that we can, call each other out on and stick to and set expectations with. Not texting with all capital letters might be one of them, right? Like, don't text me after 10 p.m., whatever it is, but building those norms. And that is a very easy action because all of a sudden you realize what people want is mostly the same, right? And they're all easily achievable. And so that is what the other is. Always ask your folks on these check-ins, right? They tend to be more one way, right? Like, I need this from you. I always ask, and I recommend to my leaders, ask what they need from you, right? Some employees are not going to be willing. Some team members are not going to be willing to say, well, I'm actually waiting on this from you, or I need this from you because you're the leader, right? If you knock down that hierarchy, and you say to them, what do you need from me? Are you missing anything from me? Have I not read an email that you need a response to? Right? All of a sudden, it drops that hierarchy and you just get a totally different dynamic amongst the team.
Yeah. That you're making me think about the forming, storming, norming, performing theory of teams, right? And that also builds inclusion, which, by the way, I don't even think that was thought about when that theory was created, decades ago. And now we can throw elements of inclusion and belonging in there. We literally have like 1 minute left. So my next question has to be responded like if it was one bullet point, one sentence. And that is this. From an HR standpoint, which is mostly our audience here, what is one thing that HR can do to help other business leaders create that culture of inclusion and belonging in the small things? What is one thing that HR can do for those leaders, for them to be able to be better in creating the culture of inclusion and belonging in their teams? One bullet point, one line to respond to this question. What would that be? Nicole, we go with you, and then Gina,
I'd
and then
say
Tokara, and then Erica.
give them the list of actions, right? Most leaders want to do well. Often you just have to tell them what to do. And I think those are the things, if they're not coming up with it on their own, give them 4 or 5 actions that they can do. They can run with those and put them in place and see the difference.
Thank you, Nicole. Gina?
Absolutely. And because what I would say is that it's important that HR enable managers, but not take over the responsibility for building the inclusive culture within a manager's team that belongs to the manager. And I think sometimes HR tends to overstep and the managers tend to back away.
Oh, yes, please. Don't make this an HR thing because you just want to do it for them. It is a corporate thing, and they have to be accountable for this, not just us. Gina, that's so powerful. Thank you so much for bringing that up. We don't want to add any more burden to our already, very, overwhelming plate. Erica?
I'd say walk the walk. And it was just to bring it back to where I started is lead by example. Show that you make mistakes, celebrate your wins too, but show that you have faults and struggles and areas to improve and create that safe space for everybody to do the same.
Awesome. Thank you, Erica. Tokara?
I would say assume positive intent.
It's always a good one.
Oh, I love that. I used to have that in a little flyer in front of my computer whenever I was doing a conference, and people would ask questions that I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I would be, they're coming from the right place, so don't be assuming stuff. Erica, Tokara, Gina, Nicole, thank you so much for being part of this wonderful conversation. This has been fantastic. Your insights, amazing and on point. Thank you so much. And everybody, we are kicking off our next panel in 3 minutes from now. So I will take a break now, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Erica, Nicole, Gina, Tokara, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you soon. Thank you so much. We're going to be back soon, everybody, and Minola is going to be leading the way. And before we kick off the next 2 panels, the last 2 hours, I want to warn you all about something. Not on our end, but this happened yesterday, that at the 4-hour mark of our event, which is going to be in 1 hour and 30 minutes from now, LinkedIn stopped the broadcast. I don't know what happened, but it happened. So I had to restart the broadcast. So this is what's going to happen. If in 1 hour and 23 minutes from now, the thing stops, I will do something back here to send it again, but you will have to go back to another separate broadcast. So you will have to go back to our LinkedIn page and refresh it to see the new broadcast. I hope it was a glitch yesterday and not a thing that LinkedIn does, all the time. But, it's I can't manage and control that, right? So we'll just find the solution, which is resending the broadcast. But you have to, get out of this one where you're right now and enter into the new one by refreshing. By refreshing your LinkedIn screen and just clicking on the other one. I'm just warning you, that may happen in 1 hour and 23 minutes from now. All right. I'm going to bring Minola here. Minola, hello. Haven't seen you in a long time since yesterday.
Hi, Enrique, and hello, everyone. Good moment of the day on your time zone. It's so good to be back.
Well, thank you so much. And I think I'm excited about the 2 conversations that you are about to have with a wonderful group of panelists. the conversation about business and people success being two sides of the same story. They are two sides of the same coin. And if we focus on on improving people's lives, at the same time, we are improving the business. And when we improve the business, having a people-centered sort of mindset, we are also improving their lives as well. So I think that is a sort of a very powerful statement that I hope you can break down into what it really means at work. And then your second panel of this day, which is going to be the 4th of the day and the 8th of the event, is how to manage the naysayers, right? And there are many of them. There are many people who, we talk about inclusion, belonging, diversity, equity, and we all think, not all, but a lot of us think, oh, that's beautiful and it's the right thing to do. And there are people who are like, nope, this is not charity, this is not a nonprofit, this is not a community center, this is a business and we shouldn't be taking care of that. And it's a very sad but understandable sometimes perspective that I hope we can resolve in that panel. So you're gonna have great conversations.
Oh, absolutely. And I pick up on a bit of a trend. Whenever we share events, we also have a small spiral of joy and a bit of conversation jealousy. You tend to say that I have the best ones, but I watch yours and I'm like, I wish I had that one.
Well, I think your panels are going to be very powerful conversations for sure. And before welcoming your panel, I want to once again acknowledge our fantastic audience who has been incredibly engaged in all the conversations with hundreds of comments posted in the chat. I know you have access to that too if you want to take a look at that, but please keep it coming, everybody. Ask your questions, share your insights, your ideas, your resources, challenge the panel, challenge everybody else in this conversation, because ultimately that's how we grow, right? And we are elevating together this conversation of inclusion and belonging at work. So without further ado, I'm going to be welcoming everybody in your panel: Minola, Sandra, Sandy, Trent, Raji, and Alfonso. Hello, everybody. We are full house in here, and I'm going to be removing myself from the screen so that I don't screw up the way it looks. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I hope you have a wonderful conversation. Minola, if you need me, I'm in the background, listening, learning, and troubleshooting if needed. So please take it away now. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Enrique, and welcome on my screen to all the wonderful speakers. So good to see you again on my screen. Hello from Switzerland, and let's make the best out of our time here today, and just kick it off. Once again, encouraging the wonderful audience to use the comments. Please keep them coming in the chat. I will be having a lens on the chat. We are all speakers in the Hacking HR event. So what I will do, I will just get the e-mic going around my screen, and we will start this off Enrique style. I will ask each and every one of you to just shortly introduce yourselves and just share a little bit of the perspective that you bring into our conversation today. So Sandra, welcome.
Thank you, Manola. So first of all, Sandra Dillon. So I'm joining from Kemera here in Helsinki. So my background is I have been working with talent management and succession. So D&I, the E and IB are very important topics. So close to my heart, probably daily activities around these topics. So happy to discuss this very important topic today, and also from the business point of view, why we do it.
Thank you. Sandy, wonderful to have you with us.
Thanks, Manola.
Thank you. So my name is Sandy Lopez Sweeney, and I have been doing HR for over 20 years. So I have seen and gone through a lot. And so that's the perspective that I bring.
Thank you. Trent, welcome. So good to see you again.
I know, I was starting to think that you didn't like me. We haven't talked in a couple of months. Trent Cotton, I am the Vice President of Talent and Culture for Hatchworks, Inc. We're a technology solutions provider based in Atlanta, but we have offices and what we call hatchers all throughout the US and Latin America. I've been in HR, 20 years, banking before that. I feel old now. Thank you. So D&I is incredibly close to my heart because I actually fit in one of the underrepresented groups. And to me, it's kind of a passion topic. So I'm really excited to be on the panel.
Thank you. Raji, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here with this great group and with you, Minola. We've done quite a few of these before. So my name is Raji Ramanan, and I head the talent, performance, and organizational effectiveness for a leading healthcare provider. We own 4 hospitals and 62 facilities in upstate New York, and been there through the COVID and still living the challenges here.
Thank you. Alfonso, so good to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Minola. I'm very happy to be here with you. I am the head of Digital Academy in RICO Europe. And in the last 3 years, I have been member of the Diversity and Inclusion Council. I'm very happy because I have been working with my company in order to create our culture for diversity and inclusion. And I'm a learning scientist. I have been working in learning, I think that the last 25 years. And in the last 10, I have been involved in HR projects in big companies. Happy to be here with you.
It's wonderful. And I'm sure that we will have one of our best hours together. Those of you we've intersected before, you know that I always start off in good old journalism, best practice, doing a bit of demystifying a term. So this is my first invitation to all of you today. What do we mean by a culture of inclusion and belonging? What does it look like? What does it feel like? And what I will do, I will just invite one of you to start off the round of answers, and then everybody please jump in and build a conversation naturally from there. So Sandy.
I would say one of the most important things is understanding that it's not a one size fits all. As we've gone through so many different things in life, we go through them outside of work and inside of the office, right? And like we mentioned, COVID, all of that, and that changed our culture big time. That changed the work environment, that changed demographics, that changed a lot of different things. So I think just knowing and understanding that it's not a one size fits all and not trying to fit everybody in one tiny little box is very important and key when it comes down to inclusion and belonging. But that's where I would start off. It's not a one size fits all.
Thank you. Raji, would you like to take us further?
Yes, absolutely. I really liked what Sandy mentioned about one size does not fit all. And it's very true. I have been responsible for diversity portfolio in multiple organizations, including United Health Service. And we cannot have a program that kind of solves everybody's inclusion challenges and issues. There are multiple interventions that we probably need to do. And it is better off thinking about multiple groups that we have. First of all, even identifying those groups. And many times I feel that we make a lot of assumptions. And I'll talk about upstate New York. When I came here, people told me that, what is it, your title has DEI. We don't need any DEI here in upstate New York. We are dominated by, a couple of, types of people here and, groups of people. I don't think it's required. And that kind of like blew me off a little bit because people forget the fact that, any place you have, even in the same family, you have diversity and inclusion practices required. And I'll just give an example of my own self. My sister and me, we were siblings 2.5 years apart, grew up in the same household, shared the same bed, and, went to the same school and did everything kind of like almost we were twins. But then the value system and some of the beliefs, practices, and what mattered to us, and how we analyzed data, how we took decisions, how we communicated, ocean of a difference. And this is just two people in the same household requiring inclusive practices to understand and appreciate each other. So you can only imagine, right? So there are a lot of assumptions that comes into how we strategize and implement DEI.
A lot of thoughtful nodding. So Sandra, would you like to come into the conversation, please?
Yeah, sure. So from inclusion and belonging point of view, I think to make it common, culture from an everyday point of view has this psychological safety. So if we're thinking about in the organization, people have, I can say that we feel we can be ourselves, which is very important. So the authenticity, and also safe to speak up if something is not sitting well with us. So I think we've also, in that way, in a culture point of view, it's an everyday. It's not just on a good day you rock up and say, I'm going to be inclusive today, or I'm going to make it a place where people belong. It's an everyday intent to do it. And I really think the foundation is the psychological safety, that we're on a level playing field. We're at work here. We should feel included. And then it's about consciously including, or else we are accidentally excluding. And I think this becomes even more evident now post-COVID, where people are in different places. And there's a lot of research about whether people should be online. So today we're very inclusive. We're all joining online wherever we are in the world. But there is no one definition, and then there is also no one measurement. So I really think it has a contextual element that not only is one size fit all from a personal perspective, but also organization to organization. We need to be clear what it is and what we believe it to be. And then also, so in that way, that also supports what you want to do about it. But I'll pass the baton now to one of our colleagues on the panel. Maybe Trent, I'll pass it to you.
All right. I've just kind of been listening to everybody, and I guess I've been in an agile design thinking shop for the last 7 or 8 years. I approach D&I very much from a design thinking. So rather than going, I think open comment of one size fits all, I think that's what everyone thinks is, let's just say, hey, we're diverse and we're inclusive, and we're going to change our interview process. And that doesn't necessarily work, because how I go and recruit one underrepresented group versus how I try to tap into like LGBTQI, which is, one of the ones that I identify with. They're two totally different strategies. LGBTQI is still, most of us in like kind of my generation, we're still under that don't ask, don't tell. So coming out to us and doing that probably wouldn't ring true for us. So kind of sitting down with leaders and going through that design thinking and making sure that you have diversity in the room, I think is always a good first step of developing that talent strategy. And two, I found that it allows people to buy into it. So rather than cramming it down leaders' throats and saying this is what we're doing, they have a chance to really kind of understand and get the perspective of what's going on in the head of someone that is in an underrepresented group when they're being recruited, when they're being managed, when they're being developed. All of these different things, there's different emotions and different ways to communicate. So having that persona that you always come back to, I think is kind of, for me, it's always the grading scale that I like to use.
May I add something? Thank you
Of
so
course.
much, Rinola, because I think that great ideas, and for sure is for me, it's an infinite game. And I think that right now we need to understand that this is the moment in which diversity, inclusion, belonging will be forever part of the company, part of the business, part of the relationship. Then, and even more, we will be thinking in different situations for different persons in the future. Right now we have, from my perspective, a great framework of respect, value, etc. But I think that for me, the most important aspect that is in the future, everything will be changing, and we should be prepared to be inclusive, not only for now, but for the future, thinking and this should be an infinite game. And just let me add a concept that for me is very important. It's very close related with, for sure, psychological safety and other elements that my colleagues, they share with us, is about identity. And it's very important in these elements to understand that the way in which we can respect, we can even to create this kind of identification of identity and respect of identity in companies is very important. And we can offer different aspects related with values, with how we can contribute the company. In this way, if we understand that the identity right now and in the future will be not only liquid, not solid, but even in construction, even the company, the business, and how we manage this diversity, this inclusion approach will be a support in order to build our identities. Then for me, it's very important. I think that having this strong culture about inclusion and belonging will be a great opportunity to offer a great space, a safe space in order to build our identities and even to build in a continuous way our identities. That for me is very important, Minola.
And I'm going to tag on to that. I think we are seeing a shift in a lot of companies that are going D&I as a program versus, like, for us, diversity and inclusion is part of our DNA. I mean, it's not this thing that we do over here that we check the boxes and fill out the surveys. It's just at the core of who we are as a business, because for us, you know, like we build technology solutions for clients. If we don't have diversity sitting around that table in the ideation phase, we're developing a product for one or two people. You know, we need to have that diversity so it makes business sense. It is directly related to profitability. And I think too, you know, if I'm just looking at D&I in 2019 versus after the pandemic, not just the pandemic, but think about in the US, worldwide, what has gone on that has affected one of our underrepresented groups. And it's forcing leaders to become a lot more holistic and looking at the individual as a whole versus, okay, you're just a member of the team and this thing that's going on here that may be civil unrest that you may be experiencing or identifying with, we're not going to talk about it. I think leaders now are understanding that we need to talk about it. We need to say, look, this is a safe place. If you don't want to talk about it, fantastic, but I want you to know that I'm here and I'm willing to listen. And I know personally in 2020, I had a lot of conversations with team members and said, I can sympathize, but I can't empathize with what you're going through. So let me just set the context of that call. And you are safe here. You can rant, rave, scream, cuss. I will not judge you. Or if you don't want to talk about it, we can move on. But I want to give you that opportunity. So I think it's forcing us to further integrate D&I into our core business practices.
Mm. Thank you all. And you dropped quite a few future conversation hooks, and I will come back and collect as we move forward. But I'm sure all our audience, you know, just resonates with what they've heard. But at the same time, they do have the reality of business strategy and business results conversation in mind. So the first question I would assume is, how do we bridge these two conversations? So we talked about the culture of inclusion and belonging. We talk about business strategy. How do we bridge these two? And Raji, I would invite you to kick us off.
Sure. If you look at what kind of, you know, challenges we have faced, particularly I like to focus on healthcare, on kind of launching these initiatives. I'd like to start there. The first and foremost is, you know, what comes as priority? Do we want to have things to meet the compliance requirements, or do we want to go over and above that? And then the most important thing comes here is who to train and what to train. You know, when you look at orientation and awareness, is it enough if you just train people, which is one way of getting the awareness spread, but also how does it reflect on some of the policies? How does it get embedded in the culture? To Trent's point, the whole design thinking around what do we actually need? Where does the rubber hit the road, and what will make a change or a difference? I think the challenges faced in terms of what comes first and what is important for us, and not just doing this whole FOMO business, right? Like, oh my God, I haven't done enough that other organizations are doing. We need to check the box. I think I've spent a lot of time challenging organizations, leadership around this entire dilemma of, do you want to check the box or do you want to make it a little bit long lasting and make the whole approach itself inclusive? So I hope that helps to kick off some conversation around some of the dilemmas and challenges everybody in this panel faces.
Yeah. Sandra, I saw you unmuting yourself.
Oh, okay. I would say also, when we think about it from a business point of view, there's a couple of elements here. So one is companies are trying to be more sustainable. So again, it is about not just this generation of 5 generations at work, but it's into the future. And in that way, it's really any organization that doesn't have a strategy that thinks about embracing everybody around the table, is missing out. And in that way, I think when you have it discussed in different forums, both on a global level as well as within the organization level, I think then you start to get momentum. So a very practical example, I believe these topics have been around 25 plus years, but it's rare you see them on a global national, yes, but on a global level. How do we do it? How can we learn from how we have done this before? How can we learn from the bigger companies who have made mistakes? And I think, a little bit like earlier, I think the momentum is behind this now. And I think when we think about trying to compete in the global stage for sustainability, I think every company wants to think, how can we differentiate? And I think D&I is this differentiator, because if you have 5 generations, if you're thinking about innovation, you want to be the disruptor. And if you haven't got everybody's voice or thinking or mindset around the table, you're missing something, because those people are going to go to the competitor. They're going to go to another company where they feel heard or represented. And I think it's never been where, this whole idea of having the resource groups, that's something people are doing and they're waking up to, that this is very important. But in that way, I think kind of to have this discussion that does it make business sense, I think that's past. I think now it's a question of how big is the impact and how much is the potential to be gained by getting the 5 generations, getting all the intersections, women at work, women of minorities at work, in that from the resource groups. So I think it's like the digital exponential explosion. I think D&I has that potential to really move the business forward. And I don't think it's about the tech companies, and I don't think it's about the big resources either. So in that way, it's become quite a leveler in that way. And I think that's why it has the potential to be a game changer for companies. But I don't want to be, I think we're gone past selling it. And I think in one of the earlier panels this morning, there was discussion. This is not a HR topic. And I'm really glad that it's not a HR topic anymore. Because I think 25 years ago it was a HR topic. Now it's not. So passing that back to you, Manal, I could probably talk about this, how it irritates sometimes when people need the business case, because we're past that stage.
Sandra, I just wanted to say something, to your point here, that it is not an HR program anymore. And it can be more relevant than at any other time than now, because of the simple reason that HR's role is changing and evolving as well. This is more like a facilitator role than owning some of these things, because people have to be people leaders, right? To be able to retain people and to be more inclusive. So creating this whole inclusive work environment, I think we should be more doing a business case around that rather than fragmented diversity initiatives, because I think that matters a lot. To your point, I really like what you mentioned.
You know, I
Trent.
think HR, we have moved out of this, we own all of this, into more of a, and I'm going to use another agile term, Scrum Masters. We're leading cross-functional teams. They don't report to us, but we have to heavily influence them. And then we measure the results and we kind of bring them in the room and say, okay, here's where we are on this. What do we want to commit to in the next sprint or the next month? Or, you know, how are we going to push this along? So it's gone from I'm going to lead this from an HR to how are we going to do that? It's really exciting to watch. The other thing too is, so at our company, we split HR. We've got people operations, and then talent and culture. I'm over talent and culture. And one of the things that I've always been obsessed, but it is now like 60% of my job, is engagement and retention. And there's nothing that has a more engaged team than a diverse team. And there's nothing that helps with retention more than diversity. And if you look at those are expense items. Whenever someone leaves, that's an expense because we got to go out, we're losing production, we're losing billability, and then we have to go out and replace. And so there's an expense there, but an unengaged team, there's an expense there as well because they're not producing at the level that they need to. They're not being innovative or collaborative. They're probably working in silos, creating work for another team. So I think helping business leaders understand that business impact of these touchy-feely things, there is a direct correlation there. And there are plenty of studies. I know McKinsey's done a couple. Forbes has released an article about 3 weeks ago about the direct correlation between highly engaged teams and profitability. If you can tie that and show that diversity takes that and ramps it up exponentially, then that's kind of the business part that I like to make the connection for business leaders when I'm doing consulting.
Let me add, sorry, Minola, because I think that this is very well connected, and I'm totally agree with you, Trent, and it's very important. Actually, it's not an HR business. It's not an HR task. It's an activity of the whole company. But I think that even when we talk with business, they always are thinking in this kind of creativity, curiosity, innovative people in the company. How we can promote this kind of teams creating new business development, new products, new kind of relationship with customers. And we have right now a lot of evidence too on how D&I or how diversity in the teams promote this kind of innovation, this kind of creativity thinking, and this kind of curiosity. And that's very important for business. For each of our business areas is very important. And we need to identify this and to connect this and how to share this kind of great evidence that if we want to thrive in the future at business, if we want to transform our business, we need creativity, curiosity, and innovation in the whole company, in all the teams. Then diversity is very well connected with that. Yeah, we know each other, and that there are a lot of evidence, a lot of scientific reports and other kind of reports sharing these ideas that the kind of innovative teams or creativity that we need in the companies is very well related with diversity in teams. And I'm not talking about only of diversity of areas or diversity of roles. I'm talking about the diversity in what we are talking here, diversity in all the components, in all the possibilities. And for me, that's very important. We need to talk with business about this. The business development in terms of curiosity, innovation, and creativity will depend a lot of how we promote the diversity in our companies, in the teams.
Sandy.
The one thing that I'm going to add is it's just it takes one small step. We don't have to try to do it all at once. One small step can get us far into getting us on the right path and on the right track. Something that's why they say the small details count. Something as small as, let's say, for Chinese New Year, you were to hand out those red little envelopes with a little coin in there, and you never know how touched someone's actually going to be. So something as simple as that is just with one small step, and we'll start moving in the right direction. So that's what I have to add to that.
Thank you so much. And we've started to mention metrics, and we started to mention data and how that can be tied into business results and into financial performance. Now, Trent, I do remember from our previous conversations that whenever data and metrics come into the conversation, that speaks to a very deep passion of yours. So could you just take us a little bit deeper into how can we measure inclusion and belonging in such a way that it speaks to financial performance of the company?
Okay. Yes, I am a nerd. Thank you for very diplomatically pointing that out. So I've got I love William Denning's quote, "In God we trust and everyone else must bring data." So even though D&I is something I'm very passionate about, I still go back and leverage the data to be able to prove the point. So as an example, one of the companies I did some consulting with, looking at one of their particular teams that they were having some issues with, it looked like the cast of Dallas from 1988, bunch of old white guys. I said, have we thought about maybe bringing a female in here or doing anything like this? And they were dead set against it. Not necessarily saying it, but their actions said that they were dead set against it. And they had a competing team that they were kind of working on some of the same project. And so the other team was a lot more open and a lot more diverse. And so what we started to do is we started to track some of the leading measures of things that they did every day. How many tickets were done? How many lines of code were done? How many errors were in the code? And running them side by side for 30 days, we pulled the information together. And then we brought, both teams in and said, okay, here's the team that won and here's what they did. Who do you think won? And, of course, both of them thought that they won. But we were able to show directly the more diverse team produced 30% more in results with half of the errors. And it was because that team had higher collaboration. They were more open to going, hey, running into a problem here. Jane, what do you think about this? Kind of put some eyeballs on this. And the other team worked in silos. It was very much like a machine belt. I did my part, I passed it on, and I could care less what happened after that. And we could tell in the numbers. So whenever I sat down with leadership and I said, this tells you everything that you need to know about why your more collaborative and highly engaged team, why they are that way. It's because they come from diverse backgrounds and they approach the problem or the potential solution from a diverse standpoint. They're not all looking and going, here's the answer. They're going, here could be the answer. Let's go and test it and let's see. So that's one of the projects that I did that I really liked. I was actually surprised with I was expecting a little bit of more production, but not 30%. I mean, it was jaw dropping. So I think sitting down and just looking and going, okay, what are the business impacts that I need to measure? And how can I do this and relate it to diversity? And running a couple of experiments on the back end. Just do it yourself and see what the information tells you. I believe that data always tells a story. You just need to be very, very open and aware and willing to listen to what the story is telling you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else wants to jump on the metrics train and join Trent? Alfonso.
I would love to join Trent. Sorry. I have a very compelling point to add to what Trent brought about very well from a data perspective. Whenever I've seen data kind of be the base for our action planning, I think that's good because from the data we get insights and we know where are the gaps we need to address. But then when the same data becomes just data for the sake of data, and I'll give you an example, like one of the organizations I worked in, we said we have very low women succession rate in this organization, particularly senior positions, mid-management and above, So then we started putting metrics around that. Okay, so in the next year, how many women are going to be promoted? We are going to promote in the entire promotion list, we are going to have 60% or more of promotions having women succession or promotions. So what it does is, first of all, people who actually qualify men or women, doesn't matter, who qualify for these promotions and for these succession plans, they feel very undervalued because it's almost that they have gone through the quota system. I felt that there was a big demotivational factor. We achieved the numbers, but we let a lot of women feel very high and dry because they were looked upon as, oh, you got promoted because you probably were in the quota. That's why you got promoted. And the other thing it does is actually stretching and promoting people who do not qualify just because you want to meet the numbers. So you become substandard as an organization. So there's a limit to which you take the metrics and use metrics for powerful insights, but not for checking the box. So I just thought I should say this when Trent talked about data here. Sorry, Alfonso.
Alfonso,
Thank you.
I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second because
yes, please. Yes, please.
Sorry. It's just on that same topic. There, in talent culture and in HR, you kind of, once you get to a certain level, you learn which battles to fight. And early on, I loved to fight every battle, but now it's like I just don't have the time and the energy. But whenever I charge up a hill, I'm ready to die on it. And if someone says we're going to hire this underrepresented group because we need to hit a quota, it'll be over my cold, dead body. Because that is, to me, that is setting them up and supporting the paradigm that diversity doesn't work. So you, as practitioners, that's where we draw the line in the sand and say, no, we're going to hire the right person for the right role. And we're going to make sure that we're going after the right pools of talent to make sure that that talent pool that you're selecting from is the most diverse. But at the end of the day, if it's, an African-American guy that we hire or a white guy that we hire, we're hiring the right person for that role.
Totally agree, Trent, and thank you for interrupting me because it's very interesting, and I think that this is clear. But just let me add that in some kind of cultures or contexts, the quotas are relevant. We need to push this in some kind of context, in some kind of in not so mature companies about D&I. I need to say this because I'm sure that we need to push in some cases, but I'm totally agree, Trent. In order to promote this connection between D&I and the business performance, we need to be sure that in every position we have the talent people in each case, following the rules, the open and flexible rules in order to integrate the talent. I'm not talking about the candidates, the talent that we need. That's very important. And just let me add that I think that for me, the companies, Minola, they need or we need to think that right now it's very important for us, even not only the D&I initiatives for the brand. It's important for the value of the brand. And that's very important for business. No? The value of the brand will be important in order of sharing this kind of strong culture related with diversity and inclusion. And I think that it's important for business to consider this. This is not only because of social responsibility. It's important for this, but even is because the value of the brand of the company will be related with this. And just my last topic is, I think that is related with previous comment that for sure that we can share a lot of metrics about how this kind of promotion, how this kind of, hiring these talent people from underrepresented groups will be important for the company, and how we can increase this kind of diversity, creativity, innovation in the teams, because we are following this diversity guides, diversity process. And for sure, in trend that in talent attraction, talent promotion, talent rotation, we have great metrics in order to share with business why it's important to maintain this diversity, this inclusion culture, strong culture, because will be important for the talent. It will be important to maintain the talent with us in the companies.
I'd like to also add there that I see that these two elements. Sorry, is that fine, Manelo, if I jump in?
Absolutely. Please do.
Good. So for me, at least, I think the diversity is something, it's like a ticket to entry. So I don't see it that you can decide not to do either. I think you have to do both. So if you think about diversity is required when you want to redress some imbalances. So if you have a team and there is too much of one group over another, then you have to think, how do we make this more diverse? But it's a different challenge to make it then an inclusive, because I believe you can have a diverse team and not ever having anybody included in that team. So, and I think the metrics are different for both. So at an organization level, yes, in the inflow and outflow within the organization, you can get the diversity. But if it comes to the inclusion, I'm a strong believer that perception of employees is very important, because back a bit to the design thinking, do I feel included? Do I feel I belong? Do I feel I have equal opportunities to grow? Do I feel my leader values different perspectives, or is it I'm sitting where I'm sitting, someone else is sitting somewhere else? So I think you can have the hard measures of the diversity, which companies really need to do. And I'm not a firm believer that you don't. In some cases, you need to make a commitment that we're going to redress this imbalance. And then on the other side, you need to keep people with you to explain why we're addressing the balance. And that's why I think you need to have allies in both genders or in the different minorities and various. This is where the intersection comes in. But I think when it comes to perception, that's where the design thinking and the personalized experience come in. And that's where you need really the beauty of the data and the pulse all the time. And I think it's never been more important to be saying that we're on a journey to do this and the commitment is over a period of time. But it's also not, if we're in this boat together, employees have as much a role to play here as the hierarchy and the leaders. So I think that's also very important, because the culture is made up by all employees, not just the leaders. As we start to move to more self-leadership, I believe it's even going to be more important, because we know the challenge with somebody who's negative is that that person can pollute the whole atmosphere for others. So I think taking these things in isolation, I believe D&I is very important to take together, even though the metrics may be different. And I'm a firm believer in transparency. I think we can't now be doing these things behind closed doors. I think we get credibility when we open about the challenges we have and how we are trying to address them.
So Sandra, I just had one point to add. I think you bring about a great point about inclusion. And the analogy I'd like to use is, like a ballroom dance. You first of all need to be invited to the event. Secondly, you need to have dancing partners to dance. Thirdly, you need to have music. And last but not the least, you should be allowed to dance on the floor, not in the periphery, So that is complete inclusion, if you use that analogy, which I picked up from somewhere, and I thought it's so apt to bring about here. It's all the way inclusion, dancing on the floor and not being pushed on the periphery.
Sandy, you unmuted yourself.
Yeah, I wanted to actually piggyback on something that Sandra had mentioned, and I think at one point or another, everybody has actually mentioned that it's not just an HR function; it's a company function. But I'm going to push it a little bit further. It doesn't just come from there. It comes as what we are taught when we are kids. So if you think about it, I'm a parent of a 2-year-old. So what I teach him now is what he's going to do in the future, right? So with that said, if from now I start planting those seeds of, being inclusive, of making sure that he understands all of the differences, that goes a long way. So it's not just like, I'll give you an example. A lot of cultures, they will say, well, this type of culture always picks to be a doctor. And so that's the reason why sometimes we struggle to find people from a different culture within that same doctor criteria, right? So I think we need to take it a step further and not just do it as just HR, just as a company. If we are parents, let's push it and give it and take it all the way back to our kids to make sure that, it's not well, because you are of this particular culture or this particular descent, you have to stick to being XYZ, because then we are limiting our future. We are limiting our kids. We are limiting what this world could potentially be if we actually sit there and try to not teach the right topics from the start.
Thank you. I've been keeping an eye on the comments, and I really love the energy that this discussion sparked. So I would just want to acknowledge, the effort that people put into expressing their own ideas. And I would really love to use a few minutes to bring the conversation from the chat into our panel. And Trent, I would like you to lead this part. Because it's all around, blanket statements and goals and quotas. So
You're
please.
so diplomatic. I love it. Let's just say I stirred something up, so I need to be the one to go ahead and start it off. so it was not a blanket statement. So let's talk about measurements. All right. And I think, Alfonso, you talked about there is a need for quotas. Okay. So there are two different ways of looking at metrics. The lag measure. So a lag measure is how many hires do we have in January? I can't go back and change that. It is what it is, right? Now, a leading measure is I want to hit a certain number of hires in February. So I know as a recruiter, or a recruiting manager, I need to make sure that my team are hitting a certain number of calls, talking to a certain number of candidates, and it's a funnel. That's where the quotas go, okay? Because at the end of the day, whenever you get to the final interviews, if you haven't done all of your measurement and putting in those quotas at the top of the funnel, no matter what you do at the bottom, your back's against the wall. So if I'm going to focus on, hey, team, I want to see us find more female tech, then I'm going to look up here. Who are you reaching out to? What groups are you reaching out to? What outreach are we doing to that specific underrepresented group at the top of the funnel, not whenever we get down to the final interview. So hopefully that kind of clears it up a little bit. And I think all of us have kind of said the same thing, is like, it's not just something that we go, well, let's hire a female who's not necessarily qualified for the role, but let's put her in the role. That's setting her up for failure. And that's just going to completely derail any kind of progress that you've made in D&I. You need to focus on that top part, those leading activities, to make sure that that's what you're measuring. Because if you do that part right, everything else in the end, you're going to be able to give your hiring manager, or even if it's an internal promotion, give that business decision maker a more diverse pool to be able to make a decision from. That's what I was trying to say.
Thank you. Anyone wants to build anything on this topic while we're still at it? Okay.
They left me all alone out there. Thank you. Wow. Nobody jumped in on that one.
I think this is a silent approval, and I would see quite a lot of support in it. So very eloquent. I was listening to all this conversation, and I was thinking how awesome to have this sample of how to really navigate similar conversations in the workplace, because I would imagine that anyone who wants to bridge conversations between belonging and inclusion and culture and business strategy, they run into, oh, but what is it that you're saying? It's not that. What do you mean? It's not binary. It's not clear cut. So I do think that there's a meta message in this panel. So thank you. Alfonso, I will make sure that you do get the mic first for this one. You spoke so passionately about curiosity and creativity and innovation, and how that ultimately is a very strong expression of inclusion and belonging. Now, how do you take this part of our conversation and link it into business strategy and business performance?
Wow, this is an interesting challenge for sure, but I think that could be a great conversation, because I'm sure that, and I really appreciate this, Sandra, differentiation between diversity and inclusion metrics. It's very important. And I think that we need to talk a little bit more about belonging, because for me, from a psychological perspective, is a closer component related with identity. Is this like Rajiv say? This is be part of the dance, use the music. And some people in the chat was saying that is even the possibility to change the music, because I don't want to dance rock and roll. Maybe I want to dance rap, or maybe I want to dance a valse or anything else. But what's a very interesting comment, maybe this kind of possibilities to change some of the rules in how we work, what kind of tools we use, what kind of conversation we can create in order to even to be a member that challenge the process. And I think that, Minola, this is a very important aspect. If we don't have this psychological safety context, as Sandra said, if we don't have this kind of opportunity to act as we are with our self, even with our variety of self, because maybe my identity is distributed as a father, as a man, as a friend, as a employee. If we don't have these possibilities, how we will be open to change the rules, to challenge the rules, to offer new tools for the teams, to think together in how to change the processes. That's, for me, is very important, Minola, and that's very clear. For instance, let me share an example. We are talking a lot of automation, how we will be using robots in the future in order to let the machines, the robots, to make the routine task, and the teams, the person, the human person, to think and to create. Well, how we will be able to challenge this, to have this kind of open framework in order to be part of the change, to be creative. And then for me, it's very important, and the connection is very clear. If you want to have a team in order to challenge, to create new processes, to use new tools, and even to have different conversation, because you want different products, because you want, efficiency or productivity, or even different processes in which the teams are productive, you need to be open not only to diversity. And Sandra, I'm totally agree with you, not only open because the team is diverse. We need to have the context to let the people be part of the team, be part of the teams and belong to the team. That means that these people in the chat were saying, change the music, change the tools, challenge the rules, challenge the process. And maybe, Trent, you have more details about how this is very important. If we want to have this design thinking process, if we want to have this kind of agile approach in the teams, we need for sure to promote the inclusion and the belonging, to let the people to act with this kind of freedom, with respect, offering opportunities even to receive recognition and to feel valued by the company. And then, Minola, for me, that's very important. And if we can understand this as business, and even if we can share with the business, maybe the business will understand faster and faster that belonging, that inclusion promotes creativity, promotes curiosity. And the first step for me is because this is a great opportunity to challenge the way in which the teams, they work together. And even the opportunity to create the rules for the team, to discuss the rules. In the schools, the words even, Minola, that we use between the team. That's my opinion.
Thank you. I'm so conscious of time, and I'm so sorry that we're almost up. Anyone wants to add something on this part of creativity and innovation before the very last, very rich round of wrap up?
I think the innovation is something, again, we need to have the culture, and we need to have that environment. Any amount of training and any amount of setup to make creative juices flow in is not going to help if it is not representing the culture.
And I would just add also, I think we have to a little bit back to what was mentioned earlier, where we have sunk cost in our processes, and then suddenly we start doing the design thinking. I can share that was our experience. We thought we had designed a beautiful performance and development process, and our employees said, but we don't value this, we don't value that. So you have to be prepared to say, let's now work with our employees to change it to something that's more acceptable and more inclusive, and the feedback loop and so on. So this is also the acceptance that mistakes will happen. But I think it's back from the very beginning when we started. No excuses, you start, and your intent is to make an improvement, but then you have to accept that we're going to make mistakes. But if the intent is good, then I think people understand that. And I think that's the worst thing you could do, is say, probably we just avoid this topic or we wait until we get it right. I think that you have to have the sense of urgency to start it and to do it together. That would be my input. And sorry, my battery, I had my things working, but then I discovered I was losing the juice on the battery. So somebody put in the chat, am I okay? I'm doing great. Just to say that.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for thinking of us.
Thank
Back
you,
to
Sandra,
Manola.
and thank you to who raised the question. I saw it and I thought it was so thoughtful. So now the last round, very, very quick, my signature wrap-up move, punchline, mic drop. Sandra, we will be happy to hear that without exception, in every single panel this week, we heard that this is not an HR thing. This is an everyone thing. So having that in mind, having something else that comes up over and over and over again about the value of doing small things often, I would really invite you to give our audience a small thing that they can do often, regardless of where they are in the organization. Unfortunately, Raji had to leave. So what I will do counterclockwise, and Alfonso, you go first. One small thing that people can do often.
I was thinking, Minola, in something like that for me is important, because maybe in my experience it has been important, is not asking for permission, not asking for permission. Just try to challenge not only the tools, the process, by the mindset.
Thank you. And Trent, I saw you smiling with, don't ask for permission. So please, one small thing often.
There's one thing that's going on my tombstone. That will definitely be it. So Manola, you and I always do. I think one of the first ones I was on, you asked something about comic books. And every time I'm on, I feel like my conclusion needs to be something related to comics. So I'm going to go Marvel on this one. Avengers, all of them were different, very diverse. They came together, they leveraged all of their strengths, accommodated for their weaknesses, and they overcame the enemy. And they also made a butt ton of money doing it. So to me, that's kind of a nice, neat little bow. Brings in diversity, but it also it makes a great movie, and all of us can relate to it, regardless of what your background is, because there's one character in there that you relate to. And to me, whenever I look at diversity, I want to create that Avenger team.
Thank you so very much. Sandy.
And I'm going to take it back to know your audience, and it's not a one size fits all.
Thank you. And Sandra.
I would say when you're working with the team, build it as diverse and as different from you as possible, and trust the process.
Thank you so very much. We will probably bring in Enrique just to wrap up the panel. It's been an Avengers conversation, I must say. So thank you, and thank you everybody for listening in. It was wonderful.
Thank you, Minola. Thank you, Sandra, Sandy, Trent, Alfonso, and Raji, who had to leave. Thank you so much for this powerful conversation on, putting together like they should be and where they belong. The conversations about improving people's lives through inclusion, belonging, diversity, equity, safety, justice, with the conversation of helping our businesses succeed. I think you created a very strong case already of, more innovation, more revenue making. The data says it, and all that happens when you build more inclusion and belonging. So, Sandra, Sandy, Trent, Alfonso, one more time, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go now, and soon thank you. I'm going to be welcoming our next panel of speakers soon. Minola, great conversation. Thank you so much for leading it. It was fantastic. For everybody who's tuning in, we have one more panel today, which is the one that is coming up right now. And I think this panel will be very fun, as in, I'm sorry for you that you will be talking about this. And thankfully for me, I'm not the one in the panel, because I think it's going to be a tough conversation. I mean, it's tough to know that it's hard to think that that there's something that is the right thing to do, but not everybody wants to do it. Right? That diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is the right thing to do for the business and the right thing to do for the organization. And yet there are people who say it's not the right place, it's not the right time, we shouldn't be talking about this, or these problems don't exist at all, and whatever excuse they come up with. But they either negate or reject the data, reject the stories that confirm that there are issues, and in doing so they also reject any potential solutions. So Minola, I think this is going to be a good one, right?
Oh, bring it on.
Awesome. Well, have fun in the conversation, and I'm going to start bringing everybody in your panel. I see some people with their cameras off, so if you can please turn on your cameras, you have to make sure that you're there. Please have your microphones muted when you are not speaking, so that we avoid as much as possible any background noise. So bringing everybody to the stage, to the screen. Hello, everybody. May, Marsha, Jamie, Randy, and Peter. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. Very excited to see you. And I am sure you are going to have a fantastic conversation about overcoming the challenges. May, we don't see you anymore. If you can turn on your camera, please. Just to make sure that is there. There you are. Thank you so much. And well, Minola, have fun in leading this conversation. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to be in the background learning from you, and I will see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. And hello, everyone. It's so good to have you on my screen. And good whatever moment of your day you're enjoying. It's evening here in Switzerland, so a perfect time for some mind-expanding and heartwarming conversations. Before we go into the welcoming round, I will just take a few seconds to remind people that just in case, upon the 4-hour LinkedIn Live mark, the streaming stops, leave this conversation, refresh your LinkedIn page, and then join us again. I will try to tell you again when we are close to 4 hours, so we should be okay for 20 more minutes. But in case that happens, wholehearted apologies. I keep saying that I won't be impressed with technology until I can download ice cream. Nobody believes me, but it is what it is. So welcome, everyone. I will kick this panel off in an Enrique signature move. I will pass the e-mic around as you appear on my screen, and I will ask you to shortly introduce yourselves and just give us a little bit of a flavor around the perspective that you bring into the conversation today. So, May, welcome. It's very good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mino. I don't know whether you can hear me.
We can hear you. Now you're on mute. May, you're still on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can hear you now.
All right. Good evening from Nairobi, Kenya. My name is May Nyaga. I'm the head of human capital at Faulu Microfinance Bank here in East Africa, Nairobi. I bring in the element of diversity and how do we overcome the obstacles in terms of implementation of the human capital initiatives at the workplace. So I'm happy to join my other colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marsha, welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening to everyone. My name is Marsha Lindsay, and I serve as the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer at Pittsburgh Technical College. I'm honored to be part of this panel. I think it's an important discussion, and what I hope to bring is my genuine and authentic perception on diversity, having come from a very, very diverse background. Sister-in-law is from Kiev, Ukraine. I have a sister-in-law who is from Vietnam. So hoping that these things will help resonate as we further the discussion on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging.
Thank you so very much. I don't know if it's just me, Marsha, but I hear you a little bit blurred and with a little bit of echo. So let's see if that clears up as we move forward.
I hope so.
Jamie, welcome.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jamie Conrad. I'm a Senior Director of People at Trust Radius. And my goal here is to talk and bring through my passion for the human experience in the workplace and how the employer-employee relationship is, it needs to be mutually beneficial in order for people to thrive. And that includes everything DEIB related. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Randy, welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Randy Cazares. I'm the Director of Human Resources at Panhandle Community Services in Amarillo, Texas. So we're a nonprofit that serves low-income individuals. And so, I think one of the things that I hope to bring to this conversation is that it's okay to talk about these things and, overcoming those the negative things that I've seen and that we've all seen, and that how we can make ourselves better and learn from each other.
Thank you so much, Randy. And last but not least, Peter, so good I have the opportunity to say welcome again.
Thanks, Manola. Peter Searcy, I'm with the FBI, started in the foreign language program and worked in operations, then in foreign language recruiting for 5 years, and then was the head of talent acquisition at the Bureau for almost 6 years. And now I'm on the finance side in finance modernization, accounts payable. I think what I want to share is both my experience talking to internal leaders about why diversity is important, trying to convince people that as amazing as the organization is, like maybe we need to do some different things. And so I have a lot of experience having those conversations with senior leaders and executive management. And so that's sort of the angle that I'm looking to bring to the table today. I'm also in a government room, so the lights may go off because I'm sitting still. So I may have to get up and wave my hands around in a minute. So, just FYI.
Thank you so very much. So as we are all navigating all sorts of technology challenges, let's make most of our time and kick it off. I would really invite all of you to share a little bit of what have you seen around yourselves? Why are people afraid or reluctant or extremely cautious in even talking about DEIB, especially within the workplace? And Jamie, I would invite you to start, and then everybody please jump in and build your conversation.
I think people are too afraid to be vulnerable. There's an essence of DEIB work that requires you to be humble and allow yourselves to be vulnerable in order to make it in the workplace. And especially in the United States, I know we've been programmed for a long time that vulnerability in the workplace can be seen as weak or something to avoid and be afraid of. And that inhibits our ability to have some of these serious conversations around DEIB and how it can allow for employees to truly bring their whole selves to work and truly have an impact on the outcomes that we're trying to drive, because there's not that safety around them to do so. And so we also have this fear of, when that opportunity finally comes, saying the wrong thing. So many people are passionate about this topic, and because sometimes we run into different parts of our culture that want to, call us out for saying the wrong thing, we've developed as a result on some of these issues that we're not confident enough to speak up for fear of saying the wrong things. And I think those are some of the main topics that we need to figure out how to overcome and allow for the conversations to begin.
Thank you so much.
If I could just jump on that, I totally agree what you said about the being afraid to be vulnerable. And I think one conversation that we have often about, especially diversity leadership selection, things like that, trying to bring more diversity in, is this inherent criticism of the existing system that selected the leaders that I'm talking to that are trying to change. So, there's this sort of unstated item that, like maybe if our system is not that great, maybe the system that selected me didn't select for maximum quality, but of course it did because I was selected through the system. So of course, how could it be wrong or need to be changed? But, maybe if we had a different system, maybe I would not have been selected. And so I think that goes right in hand with the vulnerability piece that Jamie said, and that sort of imposter syndrome that we all have, that, maybe if we change something, then I would be affected by that in a way, not thinking that yeah, I mean, and there are a million people affected by the system that we have now because, I mean, it's fundamentally people, boil it down to their own experience. So I just definitely wanted to add that's definitely a conversation that we've had a couple times here.
May, I saw you unmuting yourself, please.
Thank you. Apologies. I think my screen on my side is freezing a little bit. I think the element in line with Jamie and Randy, what they have said is that there's a fear of social identity in terms of being judged, and also the element of the taboos, what can be discussed, what can it not be discussed. And especially in our world, on the African side, we are mainly guided by what the tradition is. So there are some elements that we may not adapt very easily because we question on what their social identity will be to us and whether we'll be judged. So of course there'll be fear for talking out, there'll be fear for being vulnerable because at the end of the day, somebody wants to feel safe. Thank you, Minora.
Thank you. Marsha, Randy, please.
I think that kind of piggybacking on everything they've all said, I think that there is a genuine fear that we have about talking about these things. And I think it stems from a lot of us, we may not have experiences that relate to other people, but I also think it stems from we're afraid to speak on something that we may not fully understand. And one of the things that, I've seen in kind of a DE&I approach is that when you approach DE&I, I think people are talking at it from one perspective or the other, and you're either on one far end of the spectrum or the other, and there's really not that middle ground. And I think that really intimidates people because I think that when they look at it, they feel like if I don't agree with this group, then they're going to isolate me and they're going to make this conversation an attack on me. And I think that kind of going back to being vulnerable, we have to be able to open ourselves up to understand other people. But I think that's where the fear starts is that we're afraid of what we don't understand, and it causes us to back off and say we don't want to approach this.
Thank you. Marsha.
I have to say the panelists have covered most everything that I would have communicated, so stellar job on that.
Thank you so very much. And by the way, your audio is much better. At least at my end, it sounds much better. So one thing that we realized as we replayed all the panels of this week in our mind is that in every single conversation, it was very clearly stated that inclusion and belonging is not an HR thing, is an everybody's thing. So having this in mind, how can we, wherever we are in the organization, whatever our role is, how can we quickly identify these challenges that you just mentioned and probably so many more, and how can we address them in a most meaningful way? And I will let you pop into the conversation as inspiration strikes.
I think that, there's a way we can approach this from, even from an HR standpoint and from a business standpoint. I think that, to me, it kind of starts with HR, but it branches out to everybody because we're kind of the change leader, if you will, kind of driving that change. So I think that one thing that we can do is we can really sit down and have those uncomfortable conversations and say, look back at the things that have happened and ask people how they're doing in response to some of these situations. You look back at some of the situations that took place in 2020, 2021, referencing people like George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery. You look at those situations, and I think we kind of backed away from saying, hey, are you okay? How are you doing to this? Is there something you need from us? And I think that we as people can start the conversation and say, we want to make sure that you're okay. So what can we do to help you overcome this? Because you're right, it's not just HR. It starts with all of us. We have to be willing to have conversations that we might be typically uncomfortable with.
Yeah, I think to bounce off of that, first taking a look at ourselves from within, not just HR leaders, but as leaders in business. It has to start with each of us as human beings. and allowing for that inclusion, true inclusion, which represents the inclusion of all voices, even and especially when they stand in opposition of our own, right? So we have to allow for that culture to break down the barriers of if I say the wrong thing, or if I do the wrong thing, or if we focus in the wrong areas, or somebody's leading in the wrong way, right? Inclusion is, we have to embrace those voices regardless of what they're bringing to the table, regardless of what they're saying, and have intellectual conversations and meaningful conversations across the table, regardless of what those values and what those thoughts are. Because the moment you start to silence those voices, you're counterdicting what your intentions are and trying to make a difference. And so I think you have to start with that true inclusion. You got to have the diversity on the team so that there's an opportunity for diverse views, but you got to allow for that inclusion. And some of those conversations can be especially difficult, which is why you have to, have your leadership team understand that they're the ones that are going to have to represent vulnerability. They're the ones that are going to have to allow for those opposing views conversations to take place.
I would also say that part of our vulnerability has to come with understanding that depending on the space you're sitting as a brown-skinned person, there's already a perception that we're supposed to be in agreement or bear the burden of other individuals' misunderstanding of what diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging is supposed to look like. So I think from a leadership perspective, again, focusing on the importance of why we're doing it and not just trying to tick a box to satisfy either a quota or what we perceive our culture should look like, but striving to be genuine and authentic so that the culture that we're hoping that other people will embrace will be one that, again, is part of who they are, and they don't have to wear a mask or pretend to be something that they're not, even in the hard conversations. And I like that. We've also said about being comfortable with being uncomfortable about particular conversation and not expecting, because we're in this particular role, we have all of the answers. That's why these types of events are important, because we're all every day hoping to learn something better so that we can create access and opportunity for not just ourselves, but for everyone else that we engage.
I guess I would add to that, under the rubric of, we have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. A lot of us are in our positions because of our expertise. And of course, we want to be we are, respected for our expertise, and we want to get that respect. And there's this fear that if we acknowledge or show ignorance, somehow our expertise is going to be eroded. And I think we have to get used to the cognitive dissonance of saying, hey, I can be an expert in this thing over here, but I can acknowledge that I don't know this thing over here, and that's okay, right? That is additive, not subtractive. I think part of that is you have to model that as the leader, kind of going back to, what Marcia and Jamie and everybody said, that whether it's as simple as, when you talk to your team about, having conversations, you model the language that they can use. So you can say something like, hey, we're going to have open, honest conversations here. And that's means like, if I as the, you always put yourself vulnerable first, right? If I as the leader or your team lead, if I make a mistake or do something that you think is dumb, like I want to hear it. And you're going to come to me and say, hey, remember I said I can come to you when I feel like you made a mistake? This is going to be one of those conversations. And I'm going to get my pen. I'm going to be like, okay, great. I'm going to hear it because feedback is a gift and I'm a big boy and I can take it. And then if I feel like, hey, maybe I would like you to have done something different, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to say, hey, remember I said that I'm going to come to you, and then you'll be ready for that conversation, and then it's going to be okay because this is very normal. So by signaling that and almost giving them the pattern of the words to use, you're giving them the permission to say that, and to say that to you as well, because you are acknowledging that that you can be great at your job and make mistakes, and you are fine with that. And that you can be good at your job and do something wrong, and that's okay, or not know something, and that is okay. So it kind of goes back again to that being willing to be vulnerable and being willing to be uncomfortable and not centering our personal comfort at the heart of all these matters. So And I mean, it's hard sometimes. I mean, nobody likes to be told that they made a mistake or they hurt somebody inadvertently with their words. But I mean, we've all been there. And just like we would have those hard conversations with our relationships and our families at home, if we have good relationships there, we should be open to having those at work too.
Mm.
And the more consistent you can make that communication and that language from your leadership team, the more effective it is in your culture.
Mm. Thank you all so very much for bringing the conversation to the point where we talk about communication and language and words and role modeling. I kept an eye on the chat, and there were a few comments as we went along with, people are not comfortable having courageous conversations, or they don't know how to navigate difficult conversations. We mentioned early on that sometimes people shy away from those, being, scared of not saying the right things, maybe in the right words. So my next question to all of you is, how can we communicate meaningfully as a company, especially with those individuals that are resistant to talking about these topics? And one layer that I picked up from our conversation is that how exponentially more challenging these conversations are across cultures, across many other differentiating factors in the workforce. And I also just want to ask everybody, if in about a minute or so you're not seeing us live, just refresh your LinkedIn page and join us. We will be right here. So how do we communicate meaningfully, especially with people who are resistant to DEIB, maybe from different cultures, maybe speaking different mother tongues? How is this challenge for you?
I'm thinking about just personal perspective and how important it is for us. Again, we're going back to vulnerability, but it's difficult sometimes for us to acknowledge and accept our own biases. So when we're having conversations with others, we want to guide, coach, and recommend, but we're not always internalizing how what we say and do could be contrary to the actions that we want and expect from others. So I think that some of those things are deeply ingrained in how we were raised, who we've encountered, whatever trauma has been associated to experiences that we've had. And so oftentimes the communications is more about telling someone else versus being introspective and looking at ways that when we are communicating, especially our nonverbal cues, those are also areas in which we may or may not recognize could have an adverse impact on the individual that we're communicating with. So I think that organizations need to be conscious of, again, us talking about diversity is not necessarily just about race and ethnicity. It's about the experiences and perceptions and all of the other things that hopefully make an individual whole. And if we're operating in a space of complete vulnerability and mutual respect, I think it's easier to have those difficult conversations. And again, also accept responsibility and accountability if you err, not placing that burden on the person you're communicating with for not understanding what you're saying.
Thank you, Marsha.
In addition to Marsha, we have to have the pause effect as a leadership team who are driving diversity, equity, and inclusion. Getting to understand, instead of talking to, getting to understand the voice and the conversations within the room makes it easier for you to be able to get to know how to implement or how to communicate. And also, how do you touch the hearts and the minds of the employees? So if you include them in the initiatives, if you are always having conversations in the very simple language that they can clearly understand, using data to be able to back up that will be able to foster clear communication, because you're engaging people at their different spaces and different levels. So we have a lot of work to do to be able to bring everybody on board, and it cannot be done in one day. It is a continuous creating awareness, engagement, conversations, focus groups to be able to implement the diversity and inclusion agenda in the workplace. Thank you.
Peter.
Yeah, I want to add to what Marcia and May so eloquently said that, sometimes we get sidetracked where executives or internal people will say, I don't have time to focus on diversity and inclusion. I'm too busy with our real work. We hear that, right? And I think that it's partly, if we're talking about how we communicate in the language that we use, I think it's really important to figure out the language of your organization and how you can make that argument for us. So, for example, 6 years ago, back when I was in the head of talent acquisition role, we were really working on increasing the diversity of our special agent applicant ranks for the FBI, and because they were terrible. Not good. They're way better now. But we kept talking about diversity and the importance of diversity, and it was just like no traction. And then we thought, okay, let's talk about the lack of diversity as an operational risk, because that is the language that the FBI speaks, is about risk to our mission success. And so for like a year, we went to every meeting and we had this big chart. And this is the ethnicity of the country, the direction it's going, and this is the direction that special agent diversity is going. We put a big red bar in between and big font, operational risk. And no matter what the meeting was about, we're like, yeah, we're here to talk about this, but we want to talk about operational risk. And like, these are victims that we cannot comfort. These are communities that we cannot support. These are, opportunities to miss, clues and things like that. And all of a sudden it was like the light bulb went off, because that is the language that the Bureau understands. In our culture, failure of the mission is the absolute worst thing that could happen. And so positing our lack of diversity as something that might make us fail in our mission, that was the way to crack the conversation for us, right? And so, that's not going to work for everybody, but I think connecting it to what your organization or your company is all about. And in some cases, if that is driving profits, then you got to connect it to why diversity, not just in customer base, but in decision-making, is going to affect the profitability of the organization. And for us, it's mission success. So I think you just have to really think about how you're talking about it too. It would be wonderful if we could say diversity for diversity's sake, and because we want to be great people and we want to really bring everybody into the fold. And we're on that team, but we all know there are people that they are not going to be moved by that kind of an argument. So in that sense, I would try to, if you're having trouble that way, I would try to switch it up. And I think once they open the door and they can see how powerful bringing diverse voices into decision-making at every level can be for the success of the organization, then they will start snowballing your efforts as well.
I think in continuing on with risk, I think it's important to, when we're talking about meaningful conversations, to understand that, talk about the risk of not having these uncomfortable conversations, talk about the importance of why we need to have this, but it also comes back to active listening. We have to be able to sit down and say, you know what, we want to hear from you as to why you think this is important, why you think this is not important, and let's show you why it is important. And kind of coming back to biases, I think part of having a meaningful conversation is recognizing that we have our own biases too, and saying, I recognize that I may belong to these categories, but I want to understand where you're coming from, and I want to help me to understand this. And so it's really taking a dive and reducing that risk by saying, help me to understand you a little bit better. Help me to do this. What can I do to do this? And what can I do to be sensitive to those things? And so I think that it really stems from, if you can show them that there's a risk associated one way or the other, from an HR standpoint, we know that one of our jobs is finding the best way to mitigate the risk. There's going to be risk involved in everything that we do. And the risk, if we don't have the conversation, is we fail to bring diversity into our team. But if we do have the conversation, we have to be open-minded and say, you know what, I recognize that I may never experience the things that you experience in your life, but how can we come together to find that common ground and make this more successful?
Thank you. Anything to add on this communication topic? Well, just a big thank you to our audience who rejoined our conversation. We are extra grateful, and we especially appreciate the effort and the patience and the understanding with this technology glitch. It will most probably happen tomorrow as well, just managing a bit of expectations here. Now, spoiler alert, I will pick up on this "we can see our own biases" topic. But before we do that, you triggered my curiosity. And here's the question. What is the biggest obstacle within the DEIB space that you have overcome so far?
I think, for me, I've always predominantly worked in female-driven organizations. And so for me to come in as a male in an HR role, I think that's been the biggest challenge, because a lot of times the conversations, they don't want to happen because you may have to have a conversation about something that's uncomfortable. And I think I've had to kind of change the stereotype that, yes, I'm a male in a female-driven organization, but I still understand these things. I understand how I can make this place better. And I think that for me, that's been one of my biggest challenges my entire career, is overcoming how to relate to people that I may never experience those things. I may never experience the things that females go through. I may never experience the things that someone of Asian or African American descent go through. But what I've had to overcome is showing them that, I may look different, I may act different, but I recognize that somewhere deep down inside, we have some common ground.
Thank you, Randy. Jamie, I saw you unmuting yourself just at the beginning. Please.
I've had the pleasure of working many years in healthcare HR, and that included working with individuals that are differently abled. And so it was an amazing part of my life to surround myself with so many people that had to continuously overcome challenges that so many of us take for granted. And thankfully, my employers at the time were able to see that these were individuals that we were helping in the community, and they were also open to hiring individuals in that demographic. And so that made it an easier sell. But what I learned from those experiences highlighted some key things for me, like don't assume anything. Just because you think someone in a wheelchair may need assistance or can't do something doesn't mean you're right. Let them show you. And usually if there's an obstacle to overcome, we talk about active listening. They know better how to overcome some of those challenges because it's part of their everyday life. Don't think you have to have all the answers, and just ask them and be open to what they say. A lot of times you'll be surprised at how reasonable those requests typically are. And I think that those philosophies can apply to a lot of different aspects of DEIB and how we manage that in our organizations. And so overcoming those challenges, there weren't a lot of challenges to overcome when you allow for those voices to speak, and you have those active listening techniques as part of what you're doing on a daily basis. We were able to take care of a customer service representative that had mobility issues answering the phone just by getting a headset, and some of those things that many people take for granted, but to that person it was important, or it was something to talk about. And it's just one lens of how to overcome those obstacles. But it's like don't assume anything, listen to what people say, and then take action on it. Most of the time those actions, it doesn't have to be this big elaborate project. It doesn't have to be this big elaborate investment. It can be the small things that make the big difference and add up over time.
Thank you. Marcia.
Thank you. I was going to say, for me, one of the biggest obstacles, kind of like what Randy mentioned, is being in a predominantly something industry. There's, for me, been this expectation that because I am brown skinned, that any and everything that a person of color says, that it aligns with everything that I think, feel, or believe. And oftentimes we as minorities, in whatever vertical we're in, we have a tendency to minimize what we may think or feel because we don't want to have an opposing opinion of someone that looks like us. And I think it's important that as we're talking about all of the elements of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, May and I may seem similar, but I could have more in common with Randy or Peter or Janae. So I think that at the end of the day, when we're talking about all of these aspects of diversity, one of the things we need to recognize is we have to make sure that we are demonstrating and behaving in a manner that people are going to respect what we are saying, because it aligns with the actions that we're taking as well. So I find it interesting that as we're having these conversations, when we talk about diversity, we don't talk about the intersectionality of diversity within multiple groups, that you can be part of everything that makes you comfortable, but also have adversity and challenges when you're in areas and spaces that you're not as familiar with. So I'm hoping that as we continue this dialogue, we'll get to a point where we won't have to have statements that both Randy and I have made as being the minority and a predominantly this, that, or the other, that we will be able to do enough that when we pass the baton, individuals are not taking a step back, but they're making more steps forward with all areas of what we're discussing today.
Thank you, Marsha. You made me remember a conversation of a few years back with someone within the DEIB space, and I asked them, so how would you know that what you did was successful and sustainable? And they looked at me and they said, I will know when my children will not have these conversations in the workplace because they are not needed anymore. So thank you. Peter, May, May, please. Thank you, Peter. May.
You can hear me now?
Yes. Now
My
it's
screen is freezing. Yes. Having enough, I've worked or have had challenges having worked in a majority of my entire career has been in a male-dominated industry, and especially the senior management. So we have had challenges in regards to budgets, and especially as a woman presenting the budget, it looks like a good to have, or it's something that is not urgent or required without necessarily them taking cognizance of the impact to have for the employees. So that is what has really been a challenge, which has enabled me to use a lot of data to be able to justify why some of the initiatives, like for example, having a nursing lounge for nursing mothers in the workplace, is important to ensure that they're comfortable and they can be able to express at any point of time, and they're in a room that is conducive. And you also get to justify that it's also part of the law. So that has been one of the biggest major challenge in regard to getting budgets to be able to drive diversity and inclusion initiatives at the workplace.
If I can just add to what May said about using data to drive decision making, I think one of our biggest challenges is when the data tells us something that is contrary to the story that we tell ourselves about our organization and what everybody knows about our organization. And it's very hard to push back against the common belief in the organization. So for us, it's, we have plenty of applicants. We, the best of the best of the best come to the FBI, because why wouldn't we? Because we're the best of the best of the best. But actually the data didn't really show that, right? And like, well, how could that possibly be? I'm like, well, maybe we talk about self-selecting, we talk about like your experience is not the universal experience, various ways, but that's really hard when the hard data is showing you or trying to tell you that this thing that you really believe about the organization and yourself is not correct, right? Because that causes us to then, lose this sense of surety of footing of where do we stand every day, and, how do we exist in the world in our organization, and, what does that mean for any status that I associate with being part of my organization, right? And so just saying, well, trying to get them to understand that, well, the reality is the reality, whether you believe it's the reality or not, right? Like we have to live in the world that actually exists, not the world that we wish existed or we thought existed 5 minutes ago. It's what actually exists. And so, but that's okay. Like that means that just like we would say in any part of our, whether it's driving corporate profits or, increasing our market share or whatever, there's always room for improvement, right? And we don't say everything we did is garbage in the past just because we can make an improvement. There's room for improvement. We can say that on this end too, right? Look, we don't have to say everything about our organization is terrible just because we're trying to say we can make it better, right? It's not all or nothing, right? We can say, hey, we've done some good things in the past. We've definitely made mistakes in the past. We've definitely made decisions we shouldn't have, or we've underinvested in things. But you know what? It's okay, because like we're gonna continue to evolve and grow and improve, and we're gonna continue to make mistakes. We're gonna need to do things maybe that are not the best, but it's okay because we're gonna grow and we're gonna learn and we're gonna be better, and the data is gonna guide us along the way. So I would say that's a big challenge sometimes.
Thank you all. I'm going to keep myself honest to the promise that we will be speaking about how do we deal with our own biases. And Barsha, very early on, you mentioned reflection and self-awareness. So my question to all of you is, how can we look at our own biases? How can we become aware of our own biases and how our own work with our own selves can be used to support others around us? And Marsha, please lead us into this conversation.
Certainly. I struggle now because I talk about vulnerability. I have to sometimes balance saying too much. I find that I am an open book, and from my experiences as a child, being multicultural and then moving to America, I come from a culture where you say what you feel. But we have to remember it's not necessarily what you say, but it's how you say it. And I've had to catch myself a lot of times with my own biases, expecting that everybody's comfortable with hearing the truth. And oftentimes you have to build a relationship with the individual or group so that you can gain their trust before you can have that conversation. So in the back of my mind, I'm always trying to self-regulate to ensure that, again, I'm not infringing upon anybody else's rights or being disrespectful, but also showing them, hey, I make mistakes as well. There are times when I didn't even see that. So we have to have individuals that are in our blind spots that we trust enough to be able to communicate to us when they catch us saying or doing something that we would normally be pointing out for someone else. And I think it's just being introspective and understanding that, again, even in our roles, we're not going to get everything right. If we're not growing and learning to share, then we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. And so for me, as I think about my biases and how I hope that if I make a mistake and it's communicated to me, I'm not offended, but I take that as an opportunity to learn and grow, that I desire to leave an environment and world and space better than I found it. So the vulnerability is important, conveying the sense of security, and also ensuring, again, that we are actively listening, not just to the verbal communication, but those nonverbal cues that individuals may be sharing if we've said something that might to them be off-putting.
Thank you. Jamie.
Yeah, I think sometimes we can't see our own biases. And I really love what Marsha was sharing there. But sometimes I think what prevents us is that we know our own intentions, right? So if we know our own intentions and we know that our intentions are positive or meant to have a positive impact, how could there possibly be a bias? And sometimes even those biases are accompanied with microaggressions, again, not even realized. And so I think one of the things to come to terms with is that we all have biases, and that biases are being a part of being human, but implicit biases can be unlearned once there's an awareness of them. So realizing that we have biases, even if there are the best of intentions associated with what we're trying to do, can be unnerving, can make us uncomfortable, but we have to get okay in that space. And if you want to create a sense of true inclusion, You have to start with yourself. You have to start with the modeling the behaviors that you want to see. And once you have an awareness of it, hopefully those around you love you enough to say something to you and to call you out in a positive way. Once you have those awarenesses, that's when you can really begin to change it, because that awareness is what leads to the change that you're trying to lead and amplify.
I want to jump on that, especially about having those relationships with people that you trust, to help you be aware when you have, been biased, right? So that goes to that vulnerability. We have to be vulnerable to people and allow them to come and correct us and share something with us that hurt them or they thought was insensitive or racist or misogynistic or whatever, and acknowledge, I think, to Jamie's point, that just because it was our intention doesn't mean that's how it landed. I think that if you can be vulnerable, and we talk about that authenticity of leadership and that vulnerability, right? And if you can also share stories with your team and with the people around you about how you have had somebody come to you and tell you that, and you have been corrected. And, everybody, if they see you get corrected or they see you, you've been, somebody has brought something up to you and they see you respond in a positive, constructive, thoughtful way, that's going to tell people that it's safe to bring things to you the next time, right? But if you get immediately defensive and you start to shut them down, they're going to be like, okay, I got you. No matter what you say, no matter how much you talk about how important it is, your actions have told me that it is not safe to bring things to you. And it's hard. Nobody likes to be told, especially if we're all trying in the best of intentions to do the right thing, which I think most people are. It's hard when your loved one tells you, like, hey, that was misogynistic and I did not appreciate that. And you're like, oh, which my wife will totally tell me when that happens, because she loves me and she knows that I would never want to do that on purpose, but that I don't even hear myself sometimes, right? And so I know that as hard as that is for me to hear, it comes out of a place of love. But again, you have to have those relationships of trust, whether it's a spouse or a partner or somebody that you trust at work, who can say, hey, you said that in the meeting, I don't think that really landed the way you intended. I'm sure you intended it to be this way, but actually it sort of shut people down. And because it was a woman that you shut down, basically, I think all the women in the room got the message that you don't want to hear from them. Well, that's not what I meant. I was like, okay, but I feel like that's probably how it came across. And so, I want you to be aware of that. That's hard to say, right? That's hard to say. It's hard to hear. But we have to model that. We have to talk about, hey, those conversations are things we need to have as leaders in an organization and be willing to do that before we're in the moment of the correction, right? We have to sort of talk about, like, hey, these are things that are going to happen. These are things that are important for us to have. And then share our own vulnerability when we made an error.
I think kind of coming back to, self-reflection, we have to look deep inside of ourselves and say, I recognize that these things about myself. But I think it takes a step even further back. I think that our mannerisms and behaviors in our personal life, those are reflective of what we portray in our professional life. And so if I say that I am, all for diversity in my professional life, but then I go home and I make statements, just in casual conversation that may come across as inappropriate, racist, or misogynist, anything like that, if I go and say those comments, those things are more likely to come out in my professional life. And so we really have to take a look at ourselves and say, I have to be this person 24/7 of, this is what I want to be inclusive of everybody in all aspects of my life and not just in my professional life, because I've seen it too many times where people will just jokingly, they'll say something in their personal life, but then all of a sudden when they're talking to someone in their professional life, that slips out. You think about musicians that make inappropriate comments. Okay, you think about I think about Morgan Wallen. Morgan Wallen got in a big trouble for making racial statements that he makes in his personal life. And when you read the history of it, there were people that came to his defense and said, the reason he did this is because he grew up in a culture of hip hop and he grew up listening to hip hop music. But that doesn't mean it's okay. And what happened is it trickled out into the professional world. And so now he may not recognize that he did anything wrong, but now other people are seeing that, hey, you did something wrong, and now we're going to see you from a different perspective. But also, I think that it comes back to commitment confirmation bias. When we see things that reaffirm what we believe, it really says that, oh, well, we're not doing anything wrong. And so I can't recognize my own bias because everyone else around me is acting in the same regard. And I think that for us, it really does start with, we have to take a look at ourselves and take a look at the things that we're doing and the things that we're sharing with our children. Someone mentioned earlier about the things we do and say to our children, and they're taking those with them. At some point, it does become their responsibility to change the way they do things. But it starts with us as their parents and saying, you know what, if we're teaching you these things, then we're not recognizing our own biases, and then they don't recognize it, and then it just carries on. And we have this generational curse that somebody is responsible for breaking.
Yeah. In addition to that, in terms of how do we show up, is the emotional intelligence. Are we ready to relearn and unlearn our experiences to be able to ensure that how we are communicating, the feedback that we are receiving at the workplace, we have the 360 degree feedback. Are they authentic? Are we having intentional conversations and meaningful conversation in accepting feedback and learning on the areas of improvement? So that is very critical in terms of how do we manage our own biases to be able to drive diversity.
Thank you all so very much. Listening to the conversation, you reminded me of a quote. I saw it on social media. I actually looked it up again. It's attributed to various people, so I don't want to misattribute it. I will just read the quote out loud. It says, "I used to think communication was the key until I realized comprehension is. You can communicate all you want with someone, but if they don't understand you, it's just silent chaos." And this really, really resonated with me. We are so close to wrapping up our panel. We have roughly about 5 minutes left. So my question to all of you is, what are some of the strongest arguments? I would assume oftentimes not the loudest ones that you heard against not embracing DEIB changes and initiatives. And how did you further the conversation? And Randy, would you lead us into this?
Yeah, I think that some of the strongest voices that I've heard are really things like, well, we're not doing anything wrong. We haven't done anything to address this. We are pretty diverse already. Well, I think that the way that we've had to overcome that is we've had to say, on the surface, we may appear that we're doing these things, but in the background, our culture says, no, we're not doing these things. We're not recognizing these things. So what we have to do is we have to sit down and say, okay, we have a group of people and what works for you. And, we've talked over the last several years of, dealing with multi-generations in a workforce. I think that's a big part of it is one generation might say, well, we don't need to do anything about diversity because we already have, for example, when women entered the workforce back in the 60s and 50s, when that started happening, people from that generation might say, oh, well, we are diverse. But then you take it a step further and we have to say, okay, well, there's more things that we have to include now. Now we have to think about not only are women in the workforce, we're dealing with teenagers, we're dealing with children, we're dealing with several different races, we're dealing with language barriers. And I think that we have to show, again, coming back to risk, we have to say that, there's risk associated with everything that we do, but we really have to take that step back and say, you know what, we may look diverse, but our actions are not reflective of what we're doing. And I think that it kind of all comes back to us just again, bias is it we assume that we're not doing anything wrong, and I think that's probably the biggest thing I've heard is, well, we haven't done anything wrong, we haven't gotten in trouble yet. Well, we can't be reactive in these situations. We have to be proactive and say, we don't want to be the reason that, you know, someone's coming in here and we're being investigated for this. We want to be ahead of this, and we want to get a jump start and get people in here. We want to get ideas from different walks of life. We want to embrace those things, and we want to make sure we want to use that to change the culture for the next generation of people.
I was going to. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Marsha, yes,
Oh,
please.
I like the fact that Randy talked about the multi-generational aspect and the complexities there. One of the things that I think that we are all struggling with is we may have done and said something in our past that at that particular time and space was appropriate. And it comes back to us, and instead of just saying, you know, or acknowledging, yes, at that particular time I may have thought or felt that way. However, with maturity and knowledge, I now recognize that this could have been harmful and hurtful to someone else. We are again showing vulnerability and respect for others. And I think ultimately where we are, as we're always talking about the importance of what we do, it has to be reflected in all areas and aspects of our lives. And I like the idea when you said, when we were talking about when we're communicating something to someone, we may perceive that it's being received the way that we expected it to, and it hasn't. You mentioned the quote that you shared, and I was thinking about a t-shirt that I had that said, I'm responsible for what I say, not for what you understand. And then somebody challenged me on that. And I started thinking differently because, again, I internalize that what I'm saying is clear and concise, but depending upon the space and area or how it's communicated, it could be received very differently. So I think it's just having, again, the emotional intelligence, the commitment to ensuring that you treat people better than they expect to be treated, and show some humility when you make a mistake. If you have miscommunication, don't place the burden on the individual who's now telling you that they were offended or hurt by what you said. Acknowledge it and be respectful, and find ways again to create a dialogue that can show that not only are you willing to convey something, but you're also willing to listen. So I think, you know, with this, as many other opportunities we have, is just demonstrating that we have the commitment and that we're trying to create an authentic and not aspirational culture in whichever space we're in at this time.
Thank you.
In addition to Marsha is the element of not acknowledging even the structures are there. So one of things in addition is the diversity of thoughts and opinion, making sure that everybody understands that their voice counts, and they also have an opportunity to be able to share their experiences, to be able to give feedback without any repercussions. That one helps in terms of how do you change the perception and ensure that there's also buy-in and fostering empathy to build awareness, and also encouraging the employees to engage and participate. So that will be able to drive that. Thank you.
Jamie.
There was a really good article last spring published by Diversity Career titled, Your Leadership Shadow is Hurting Your DEI Efforts. And I think it speaks to what we're talking about here. That article talks about the difference in how a leader presents himself versus their daily interactions and the actions that they take. And do their actions that they take on a daily basis reflect what they say, right? Do they walk the talk? I want to quote the article because I think it really resonated with me. This shadow can have a particularly damaging impact if there is no obvious or perceived disconnect. If there is an obvious or perceived disconnect between what a leader says and what they do. And I think that speaks to how we show up and bringing our authentic selves to work, right? Especially if you're in a leadership position, to show up authentically and show your vulnerabilities and acknowledge the areas of improvement. It's way better than showing up fake and rehearsed to the point that what you're saying doesn't come through in your daily leadership style. that only creates the mistrust and the misalignment, and frankly employees aren't willing to tolerate that any longer. It's just not part of who we are as a culture anymore, and we need leaders in place that they're willing to bring their authentic selves to work, and as Randy said, be that way in their personal lives so that it bleeds through in their professional lives. I think it's really important to think about that, and the only way you can start to overcome those challenges again is allowing those voices to be heard.
Thank you. Peter, would you kindly wrap up this awesome conversation?
Yeah, I think ironically, for a discussion about equity and inclusion, the biggest argument I hear is that any program we're doing to help Group A is somehow unfair to everybody else, as if the system we had now is perfectly fair and equitable, and we're going to introduce some kind of unfairness into the system because we're trying to, bring more diversity into it somehow. And so, I think that's just a lack of, awareness. Again, the way you walk through as a white guy, the way I walk through the world, I know is fundamentally different than the way other people on this panel walk through the world. And I just have to acknowledge that. Again, just to point out to people, hey, there's all these inequities in the system right now. So it's not like we're in this perfectly fair thing. So actually all these efforts, again, because we're talking about equity, it's trying to, equal the playing field to give everybody, an equal bite at the apple. And so I would say that's the biggest argument that, I think I've heard over and over again.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, May, Marcia, Jamie, Randy, and Peter. It was wonderful having you here. Thank you very much to all the audience who powered through technology and stayed with us. I'm deeply inspired and energized and validated and humbled by all these conversations. Enrique, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, everybody. This was a great conversation. I just want to make, before I let you go or I let you all go, I want to just point out something that Peter said at the end, which is something that I actually said at the beginning of this conversation, Peter, and that is, the world, especially when it comes to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, is not this or that. It is this and that. We can build a world that is more inclusive for example, Black women and, Latinos, or, single mothers and single dads, and, it doesn't have to be one or the other. And when we make it better for one group, at least in diversity, equity, and inclusion, it just trickles down everywhere and it makes the whole better for everybody else. So I really appreciate that you said that. Minola, thank you so much for leading this conversation. Everybody, thank you for staying here with us for the past 4 hours and a half. Tomorrow, we're coming back with 4 more panels. Then on Thursday, we have 2 more. And I appreciate you all. And I will see you bright and early for those of you located in US time zone for the next panels. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye now. Thank you. Thank you.